When you have no one, that's when you rise. In solitude, the spirit finds strength. Carl Jung reminds us that the most powerful transformations often happen when we stand alone, when there's no applause, no validation, no one to witness the battles we fight in silence. In those quiet moments, a different kind of power awakens within us, the kind that builds resilience, self-trust, and unstoppable inner growth. As you watch today's video, take a moment to reflect. Have you ever felt like the world was silent while you were working so hard to rise? Share your experience in the comments below. And if you're ready to discover how isolation can become the birthplace of your greatest evolution, welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. Let's rise together. 1. Solitude is the start of transformation. Solitude is the beginning of a powerful transformation, because when everything around you becomes quiet, your soul begins to speak. Feeling alone, unseen, and disconnected does not mean you have failed. It means your spirit is separating from an outdated version of you that can no longer contain your potential. Loneliness becomes a silent teacher, pushing you to strengthen your foundation from within. When there is no applause, you learn to celebrate your own growth. When no one believes in you, spirituality teaches you to believe in yourself. When no one stands with you, you learn to stand with your truth. This is where spiritual awakening begins, not in comfort, but in the quiet battles that no one else sees. There are seasons when every person who once stood beside you suddenly disappears, and it feels like a punishment. But Carl Jung reminds us that every rebirth begins with dissolution. The universe removes the people who were attached to your old identity so you can evolve without being pulled backward. The silence you face today is not abandonment, it is elevation. Not everyone is meant to breathe at the altitude your soul is rising to, and the loneliness you feel now is building emotional strength, mental clarity, and an unshakable identity that does not rely on approval. This is where the old layers fall away. This is where your heart begins to glow from the inside out. This is where you remember who you are. In this sacred isolation, you begin to discover the person you have been searching for, the one who protects you, guides you, and truly understands you yourself. You realize that depending on others for validation was only weakening your light. Now, your power becomes self-generated, no longer borrowed from temporary relationships. You stop shrinking to fit into spaces not worthy of your presence. You stop hoping others will love the version of you they never cared to understand. Instead, you rise with calm confidence, knowing your worth does not change just because others failed to see it. As Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens." And you, right now, are awakening. You are transforming. You are rising into the life your soul has always been preparing you for. So when the world grows silent, when support fades, when love disappears, and when every familiar hand lets go, this is not the end. This is your becoming. The loneliness shaping you today will be the reason you lead others tomorrow. You are not alone because you are forgotten. You are alone because you are evolving into someone rare, someone resilient, someone chosen. Solitude is not emptiness. It is the birthplace of your strength. Keep going. The strongest version of you is now being formed in the quiet. Are you ready to rise even when you stand alone? If this message speaks to your soul, comment below. I rise from solitude to claim your transformation. 2. Emotional independence replaces emotional dependence. When you stop expecting others to fix what hurts inside you, everything changes. Emotional independence replaces emotional dependence the moment you decide you will no longer look for someone else to fill the emptiness in your chest. You begin to understand that true growth starts when you can calm your own heart, wipe your own tears, and accept your own feelings without begging for reassurance. Instead of waiting for someone to validate you, you learn to validate yourself. Instead of searching for external love to feel whole, you choose to love yourself from within. This is where spirituality takes root, when your happiness is no longer controlled by who stays or who leaves. You unlock a new stage of spiritual development that can never be taken away from you. You see, every time someone ignored your pain, every time you felt invisible, every time you whispered to yourself that you were not enough, those moments were not failures. They were invitations. They pushed you toward discovering the strength you did not know you had. Because when you have no one clapping for you, you learn how to clap for yourself. When no one comforts you, you become the comfort. When no one believes in you, you become your own proof. Carl Jung said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." That is exactly what emotional independence teaches you, that your worth does not shrink just because someone else could not see it. And here's the truth you must carry with you. The right people will come into your life, not because you desperately chase them, but because your energy will rise so high that they cannot help but find you. The loneliness you feel is not a punishment. It is a sacred transition. It is the universe removing distractions so you can finally hear your own voice. In this silence, your spirit wakes up. You stop over-explaining. You stop over-giving. You stop trying to be loved into existence. You start choosing peace over approval, truth over acceptance, and growth over comfort. That is when you rise. So give yourself permission to outgrow the version of you that depended on others to feel alive. You are stronger than your heartbreak. You are bigger than your fears. You are wiser because of every person who walked away. And now, you are learning the most important lesson of your spiritual journey. You do not need someone to complete you. You need someone who complements the wholeness you have already built. Stand tall inside your own soul. Respect your own emotions. Stop waiting for anyone else to define your value. The moment you become emotionally independent, you become unstoppable because the power was always yours. If you're ready to rise stronger from within, declare it in the comments. I rely on my inner strength. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe so you never miss more spiritual wisdom on this powerful journey. 3. Stop complaining and take responsibility. When you feel the world turning cold and silent around you, when support disappears and you are left alone with your thoughts, this is not the universe abandoning you. This is the universe awakening you. Complaining might feel like a release, but every complaint keeps you chained to victimhood, locked in a story where life is happening to you instead of for you. The moment you shift from asking, "Why is this happening to me?" to, "What can I build from this?" you step into a new level of spiritual wisdom that Carl Jung often spoke about: the power to transform pain into progress, chaos into clarity, and loneliness into leadership. Carl Jung once said, I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become. And that is the turning point. Choosing responsibility does not mean you caused the pain. It means you refuse to let the pain decide your future. When people stop supporting you, when encouragement disappears, when no one sees your effort, that silence is molding you into someone who doesn't rise because they are seen, but because they are called. You are being trained to no longer depend on applause or validation. The world won't always cheer for your growth, but your soul will, and that must be enough. Complaining tells the universe, I am powerless. Taking responsibility tells the universe, watch what I become. Every challenge you are facing right now is shaping you into someone unshakable. Diamonds are born under pressure. Stars shine brightest in the darkest sky. Seeds break in the darkness beneath the soil before they rise toward the sun. You, too, are breaking open not to be destroyed, but to be reborn. When you stop complaining, you stop giving power to what hurts you. You stop replaying the same painful story and start writing a new one. You take the raw material of your struggle and build resilience, courage, and wisdom that cannot be taken from you. That is what Carl Jung meant when he said, there is no birth of consciousness without pain. Awakening begins the moment you realize your suffering is not a dead end, it is a doorway. Responsibility is not a burden, it is your liberation. It is you saying, life can knock me down, but I decide whether I stay there. The world may walk away, but that is exactly when you walk closer to your true identity. Silence becomes your teacher. Solitude becomes your training ground. Pain becomes your power source. So the next time your heart whispers, why me? Answer it with, because I am strong enough to rise. You do not grow when others carry you. You grow when you carry yourself. And when no one believes in you, that is when you must believe in yourself the loudest. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful guidance like this. And if you're ready to rise by taking responsibility for your life, type in the comments, I choose accountability and growth. 4. Become your own source of validation. There are moments in life when the silence around you becomes almost deafening. The people you once counted on to notice your growth disappear, and suddenly, every step you take goes unseen. That is when spirituality reveals one of its greatest lessons. You must become your own source of validation. Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and this path of becoming is often walked alone. When there is no applause, when the voices of approval go quiet, you are forced to discover the voice within the one that guides you not toward recognition, but toward your truth. This is where real maturity begins, because maturity means acting for your values, even when no one praises you for them. You are like a seed planted deep beneath the soil. No one witnesses the struggle, the pressure, the darkness, the cracking open. But without that hidden battle, the seed would never develop roots strong enough to push upward into the light. That is how spiritual awakening works. Isolation is not punishment, but preparation. The universe removes the audience so you can learn who you are without their validation. It is in the quiet hours when no one sees your effort that your character is forged. You learn to show up for yourself, to honor the promises you made to your future, not because the world is watching, but because you are. Carl Jung also said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. When relationships fade, when encouragement stops, when recognition disappears, it hurts, but that pain is awakening you to deeper truths. Your worth is not measured by applause, and your purpose does not require witnesses. The absence of others teaches you independence of spirit. You begin to understand that support is a gift, not a requirement. You start to trust your intuition more than the opinions around you. You learn that validation from others can disappear, but validation from within can sustain you for a lifetime. Every time you choose to keep going in silence, you build spiritual strength that cannot be shaken later. When you continue working on your dream despite being overlooked, you become driven by mission instead of approval. And that is unstoppable. One day, those same people who didn't notice your effort will be astonished by your results. They will call you fortunate, unaware of the countless silent battles that shaped who you are. They won't see the nights you stayed committed, the tears you wiped alone, the weight you carried in your heart while still pushing forward. So if life has placed you in a season where you feel like you have no one, understand this: you are being positioned for transformation. You are being trained to believe in yourself the way you always hoped others would. You are being guided to recognize your own power, your own inner voice, your own divine light. That is spiritual wisdom, and that is the moment your spirit rises higher than ever before. Because when you no longer need anyone to choose you, support you, or validate you, that is when you become truly powerful. And that is when you rise. 5. Turn failure into fuel. Falling never destroys you. It simply reveals the parts of your soul that are still waiting to be healed. And when you rise from failure without anyone beside you, you begin stepping into a deeper level of spirituality and spiritual development, where your strength is no longer borrowed from external praise, but grown from the truth within yourself. Carl Jung said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." And every moment you choose to rise is a declaration of who you are becoming: stronger, wiser, more resilient, and more conscious of the power that lives inside you. When life refuses to give you applause, validation, or comfort, see it as a divine invitation to meet the strongest version of yourself. Because if everyone caught you every time you fell, you would never learn how powerful your legs truly are. So when you fall, do not rush to hide the broken pieces. Study them, understand them, and use them as building blocks for your transformation. Because failure is not the opposite of success. It is the foundation of it. Every time you rise alone, you sharpen your character and expand your capacity to handle the weight of your highest destiny. And even though the process feels lonely, that loneliness is sacred. It pushes you inward, where you finally discover the voice of your own spirit saying, "You can endure, you can overcome, you can rise again." Challenges are not punishment. They are preparation, shaping you into someone who will no longer crumble under pressure or fear judgment from others. And each setback forces you to ask deeper questions, connect to your true purpose, and step into a higher state of awareness. When you shift your perspective from seeing failure as a dead end to recognizing it as a divine turning point, you begin to turn every disappointment into discipline and every fall into fuel that propels you even farther than before. People may leave when you stumble, but their absence is not a loss. It is a filter, removing those who were only meant to witness your comfort, not your greatness. The silence you face after failure is not emptiness. It is space being cleared so you can rebuild with clarity, strength, and authenticity. You grow into someone who no longer begs for support, but attracts it naturally because your confidence radiates from a place of truth and lived experience. You become someone who has walked through fire and emerged glowing, someone whose soul cannot be shaken because it has already survived what was meant to break it. So trust this season, trust the fall, trust the alone phases of your life. Every tear, every setback, every night you stay awake questioning whether you can keep going, is forging a more powerful version of you, one who no longer fears falling, but understands that falling is just part of rising. Failure is fuel in disguise, and you are learning to burn brighter every time the world tries to dim your light. Do you believe that every failure can become fuel for your rise? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I turn failure into power. 6. Discipline over mood. Discipline over mood means choosing to act based on who you want to become, rather than how you feel in the moment. Because real growth is not born from excitement or perfect circumstances, but from the days when you show up, even when your heart feels heavy and your mind wants to rest. This is where spiritual wisdom becomes your anchor, for motivation is temporary and unreliable, but discipline is the force that separates people who wish from those who rise. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become," reminding you that every choice you make in silence, every step taken without applause, is molding your future self. When you stop waiting to feel ready and instead choose consistency, you claim responsibility for your destiny, and that commitment is what turns an ordinary person into someone unstoppable. You must understand that mastery is never built on good moods. It is sculpted through repetition, through focus, through the willingness to do the hard things, especially when your emotions are resisting. On the days you feel alone and forgotten, spiritual wisdom teaches that your soul is quietly preparing you for a powerful transformation, because Jung believed solitude is the birthplace of inner strength, where the ego dissolves and the true self emerges. So when no one praises your efforts or recognizes your progress, that is not a sign that you are failing. It is a sign that you are being forged, strengthened, and sharpened in the unseen. Each act of discipline casts a vote for the person you aspire to be, and over time, those small votes accumulate until one day you look back and realize you have become the kind of person who no longer waits for motivation at all. Discipline is a deep expression of self-respect, a declaration that your purpose matters more than your excuses, more than your momentary feelings. Every time you honor your commitments, you strengthen trust in yourself, and that trust becomes confidence, and that confidence becomes power. Think of every successful person you admire. They rose because they showed up when comfort told them to stop. They practiced when no one noticed, improved when no one applauded, and stayed loyal to their growth when the world stayed silent. You must do the same, because your future depends on it. Jung taught that what you resist not only persists, but grows, meaning that if you keep avoiding the work, your fear and doubt will only gain more control. But when you discipline your mind to move forward, even in discomfort, you reclaim authority over your life. Your feelings may fluctuate, but your purpose must remain steady. Your emotions may shout, "Quit," but your spirit must whisper, "Keep going." Discipline over mood is the secret to rising when no one believes in you. Because one day, the world will witness the success you built quietly in the dark, and they will call you lucky without ever knowing it was your discipline that made you powerful. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. 7. Stop needing others to understand you. Stop needing others to understand you, because the truth is that your journey is sacred and uniquely designed for your soul's evolution. No one else has lived your memories, carried your pain, or dreamt the visions planted deep inside your heart. So it is impossible for others to fully grasp the depths of what you are becoming. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that privilege does not require permission or validation from anyone outside of you. When you begin to detach from the desire for others to accept you or agree with your choices, you open the door to a powerful spiritual awakening where your inner voice becomes your greatest guide. You start to realize that every answer you have been searching for was always waiting within you, quietly whispering beneath the noise of people's opinions and the world's expectations. It takes extraordinary courage to walk through life without applause, to move forward when no one is cheering, and to continue choosing growth even when others cannot see the reason for your actions. But that is what makes you different. That is what makes you strong. Most people never find themselves because they are too busy trying to be understood. You are not here to be understood. You are here to rise. And rising requires a certain level of solitude because not everyone is meant to join you on your highest path. Some people cannot comprehend your evolution simply because they are not evolving with you. Some people cannot see your vision because they were not given the eyes to recognize it. So instead of shrinking yourself so others feel comfortable, you must allow yourself to expand even if others become uncomfortable. It might hurt when people misjudge you, distance themselves from you, or question your motives. But remember this: misunderstanding is often a sign that you are stepping into a higher version of yourself. You are breaking out of the identity they once knew, and the unfamiliar always makes others uneasy. Let them misunderstand. Let them doubt. Let them talk. Their lack of understanding does not change your calling. What you are building is too sacred to be explained to small minds, and your transformation is too miraculous to be measured by shallow perceptions. The universe did not choose them. It chose you. And chosen souls are shaped through isolation, strengthened through adversity, and awakened through moments when they must walk alone. The more you trust yourself, the clearer your path becomes. The more you listen inward, the less noise exists outward. Your soul becomes your compass. Your intuition becomes your wisdom, and your silence becomes your teacher. Slowly, you step out of the need to prove yourself, and you enter the freedom of being yourself. You no longer rise to be seen. You rise because rising is your nature. And even if no one understands it, your heart understands it. God understands it. Your future understands it. So keep moving forward. Keep listening inward. Keep honoring the sacred truth that everything you need is already within you. because the moment you stop seeking external understanding is the moment you finally step into your true power. The power of a soul that knows exactly who it is and where it is meant to go. In the moments when the world feels silent and support seems nowhere to be found, remember this truth. Solitude is not a punishment. It is preparation. It is in the quiet, unseen battles that your inner strength is forged. Your purpose becomes clearer, and your soul rises into the power it was destined to claim. You are not behind. You are becoming. If this message resonates with you, let your journey be seen like this video. Share it with someone who might need this reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss the powerful insights we have coming your way. Keep rising, even when no one is watching. Carl Jung's chilling truth: how to recognize fake friends before it's too late. Fake friends are like shadows. They follow you in the sun, but leave you in the dark. This timeless truth reminds us how essential it is to see beyond appearances and protect our peace. In today's world, where masks often replace authenticity, Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches us to recognize the subtle signs of manipulation and emotional deceit before it's too late. As you watch this video, I invite you to reflect. Have you ever felt drained or uneasy around someone who claimed to care? Share your experience in the comments, because awareness is the first step toward freedom and spiritual awakening. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we uncover the psychology of truth, transformation, and genuine connection. 1. The hidden threat: fake friends over enemies. The real danger in life rarely comes from visible enemies. It comes from the people who pretend to be your allies. They wear smiles that hide envy, speak words that sound like support, but carry the vibration of jealousy. These are the ones who celebrate your rise until your success starts to make them feel small. As Carl Jung once said, "He who causes another to become powerful ruins himself." The false friend doesn't want to see you truly awake. They want you to stay manageable, predictable, and slightly below them. This is why spiritual awakening demands spiritual wisdom: the courage to discern energy beyond appearances, to feel the vibration behind a compliment, and to see who claps only when you're struggling, not when you're soaring. Fake friends reveal themselves not through grand betrayals, but through subtle inconsistencies. When you fail, they are sympathetic. When you win, they grow distant. They gossip under the disguise of concern. They flatter to gain access, and they mirror your dreams only until your light threatens to outshine theirs. Pay attention to how they react to your boundaries, because saying no is the sacred test of any connection. A true friend honors your limits as a sign of self-respect. A false friend twists them into accusations, saying you've changed or become selfish. They can't stand your autonomy because your independence exposes their hidden control. In the realm of spirituality, this is the clash between awakened consciousness and unconscious attachment. You'll also recognize them in their hunger for confusion. They create triangles, whispers, secrets, and private alliances that pull you into emotional politics. They thrive in half-truths, because where there is confusion, there is control. When you seek clarity, they accuse you of overreacting. When you speak truth, they call you dramatic. They feed off your emotional energy, leaving you drained, anxious, or uncertain after every interaction. True friends refill your energy. False ones drain it. This difference is not emotional imagination. It is an energetic fact. Every soul you meet leaves an imprint, and your intuition is your spiritual immune system. As you continue your spiritual awakening, the contrast becomes sharper. When you grow, the false friend complains that you've changed. But change is the very proof of life. Spirituality transforms, and transformation threatens those who cling to the old version of you that made them feel superior. They will minimize your insights, mock your new peace, and project their unhealed wounds onto your path. Jung taught that what we reject in ourselves, we project onto others. So their resentment is often an unconscious confession they are envious of your courage to heal. Your evolution exposes their stagnation. To protect your peace, practice sacred discernment. Slowing down the speed of intimacy, true trust grows through consistency, not chemistry. Test every relationship with small boundaries and observe the reaction. Real connection expands under truth. False connection collapses under it. Watch not what people say, but what they repeat. Patterns are the footprints of the soul. Never let charm substitute for history. When gossip arrives, bring it into light. Say, "Let's talk together," and you'll quickly see who thrives in transparency and who depends on shadows. Most importantly, guard your joy. Never feel guilty for shining. Joy is a spiritual frequency that exposes envy. Those who can't stand your happiness were never aligned with your spirit. Protect your light, not by hardening your heart, but by mastering your boundaries. Forgiveness doesn't mean access. You can bless people from afar without letting them feed off your energy. Compassion without wisdom leads to self-betrayal. Wisdom without compassion turns to bitterness. Balance both, and you walk in true spiritual power. Your life is a sacred garden. Real friendship is the seed that roots deep and survives every season. Fake friendship is the weed that climbs fast, blooms beautifully, then suffocates the soil. So prune without guilt. The right people won't ask you to dim your light. They'll shine beside you. Because when two awakened souls meet, there is no competition, only reflection of divine energy. That is the essence of spiritual wisdom. To love deeply, see clearly, and choose consciously who deserves a place in your sacred space. Do you see the truth in this? Comment below with conviction. I choose real souls over fake friends. 2. The Carl Jung view of loyalty. Loyalty isn't moral, it's transactional. People follow power because they benefit from it, not because they believe in you. When their gain disappears, so does their loyalty. Trust should be based on consistent proof, not promises. This truth, seen through Carl Jung's lens, reveals a profound insight into human nature and spirituality. It reminds us that many relationships exist not from genuine connection, but from hidden motives tied to personal gain. In spirituality and spiritual growth, we are asked to awaken to this reality, not to become bitter, but to become wise. Jung often taught that the human psyche wears many masks. What you see is rarely the whole story. Fake friends thrive behind such masks, feeding on energy, opportunity, or influence while pretending to care. Their loyalty is conditional, their affection calculated. You will notice that when your life flourishes, they orbit around your light. Yet when you fall into silence or struggle, they vanish into shadows. The moment you stop providing what benefits them, whether it's validation, status, or emotional comfort, their loyalty evaporates like smoke. Real spirituality demands that we discern energy, not words. Loyalty built on advantage is fragile, but loyalty built on truth endures. Carl Jung believed that people are drawn to symbols of power because those symbols reflect their unhealed desires. A fake friend does not follow your soul. They follow your strength because it gives them a sense of borrowed importance. They celebrate your wins only when those wins don't outshine them. They speak of support, but secretly compete. This is why Jung said, we must not project our values onto others. We must observe them. Watch how someone behaves when you have nothing to offer. Do they still listen when you are quiet? Do they still respect your boundaries when you stop accommodating their expectations? The spiritual path invites you to look beyond appearances, to see loyalty as a mirror reflecting integrity rather than emotion. Spiritual growth means accepting that not everyone who smiles at you stands with you. Many admire the light, but few can handle the heat that comes with it. When you begin to grow, awaken, or step into your power, those who are attached to your smaller self may feel threatened by your evolution. They may call you distant, arrogant, or changed, not realizing that your soul is simply outgrowing the vibration of dependency and deceit. Jung's wisdom teaches us that every relationship mirrors a lesson. Fake friends remind you to trust your intuition more deeply and to rely on proof rather than promises. They test your ability to see through illusion and to detach without resentment. In doing so, you reclaim your energy and rise to a higher state of awareness. Loyalty, then, becomes less about attachment and more about alignment. Those who are meant for you will not need constant proof of your worth. They will recognize your spirit because it resonates with theirs. Their presence will feel peaceful, not performative. True loyalty supports your spiritual growth, even when it challenges comfort. It remains steady through change and honest through silence. The deeper message of Jung's insight is that relationships built on spiritual integrity do not depend on what you can give. They depend on who you are when everything external fades. So observe who claps when you win and who stays when you lose. Build trust on actions that repeat, not on words that echo. Let your spirituality teach you that loyalty, without sincerity, is just strategy disguised as care. In the end, you are not here to be liked. You are here to live in truth. And truth, in its quiet power, always reveals who truly walks beside you. Remember, loyalty isn't measured by words, but by consistent actions that align with truth. As Carl Jung taught, real friends stand firm even when your light exposes their shadows. Are you ready to recognize who's truly loyal to your soul's journey? Comment below. I'm ready to see the truth. 3. Signs of fake friendship. Fake friends are masters of disguise. They appear supportive on the surface, yet their intentions often run deep beneath false smiles and convenient words. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom helps us see beyond the illusion, to recognize the subtle energy shifts that expose who is truly aligned with our growth and who is merely pretending. One of the first signs is overflattery, excessive, insincere praise that feels good but serves a hidden purpose. They flatter you not out of admiration, but to lower your guard, to make you dependent on their validation. They study your insecurities and use your desire to be seen as a way to influence you. A genuine friend will tell you the truth even when it stings, but a fake one will tell you what you want to hear just to keep control. As Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. When you awaken spiritually, you start to notice that not every compliment comes from love. Some come from strategy. Then comes the illusion of vague support. These are the people who show up when life is bright, but disappear the moment darkness falls. They are quick to celebrate your victories, but nowhere to be found when you're struggling. When things go wrong, their silence becomes deafening. This absence exposes their truth. They were never there for your soul, only for your spotlight. In moments of crisis, true loyalty doesn't need to be asked. It reveals itself naturally. Spiritual awakening sharpens your awareness, allowing you to see who stands beside you when there's nothing left to gain. Another clear sign is passive sabotage. Those subtle words disguised as concern that slowly corrode your confidence. Fake friends will plant doubts in your mind while pretending to care. They'll say, "I just don't want you to get disappointed," or "I'm only saying this because I care." But their tone hides envy, not empathy. Their energy drips with comparison, and their advice often steers you away from your purpose. Jung taught that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves, and that truth applies here too. Their jealousy reflects their unhealed wounds, and their criticism is often a mirror of their own limitations. The most chilling sign, however, is shifting energy. Pay attention to how they act when you succeed. Do they celebrate you with genuine joy, or do their smiles fade when you shine? You can feel the sudden distance, the awkward silence, the subtle tension when your life begins to move forward. Their energy changes because your growth reminds them of their stagnation. Your light unconsciously threatens their comfort. In moments like this, Carl Jung's insight becomes clear. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. Fake friends can't handle your evolution because it forces them to confront the parts of themselves they've ignored. That's why true spiritual wisdom teaches us to watch patterns, not promises. Words can deceive, but energy cannot. Consistency is the real language of loyalty. When someone's energy constantly shifts, when their support feels conditional, when their presence depends on what you can offer, that is your warning sign. Protect your peace by listening to the unspoken. The goal isn't to judge others, but to discern who truly matches your frequency. You don't need to chase love that feels heavy or defend yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. Observe their actions. Trust what your spirit feels. And remember that discernment is the highest form of self-respect. In the end, fake loyalty always reveals itself, not through words, but through changing behavior. If this message speaks to your soul, make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell. Your journey towards spiritual wisdom and learning to recognize real from fake continues with every lesson. 4. Power through observation, not emotion. A true master of spirituality and spiritual awakening never reacts from emotion, but from awareness. Carl Jung taught that power is found in observation, not reaction. When betrayal strikes, it's not your job to prove your innocence or to fight for clarity. It's your task to watch, to learn, and to understand who people truly are behind the mask. Fake friends often speak softly, but their actions scream. They mirror loyalty only until it no longer benefits them, and when your light begins to outshine their shadow. That's when the truth surfaces. Jung's words echo through the soul. An open enemy wounds the body. A fake friend wounds the mind. That is why the spiritually awakened don't expose others with anger. They expose them through patience. You don't need revenge. You need only time, and time reveals all hidden motives. Those who are walking the path of spiritual awakening know that not everyone around them will celebrate their growth. Some are drawn to your light simply because it gives warmth to their coldness, but they never intend to rise with you. Jung's insight into human behavior teaches us that the unconscious mind always leaks through action. So while fake friends may disguise themselves through affection, their energy never lies. You will feel it before you see it. A subtle discomfort, an unexplained unease after speaking with them, a heaviness in your chest, all are signals from your intuition trying to warn you. The awakened soul doesn't dismiss these signs. They know energy never deceives. So, rather than confronting or accusing, you quietly test loyalty. You share a harmless piece of information, then step back and observe where it travels. A true friend will protect it with silence. A false one will trade it for attention. Through this awareness, you reclaim your emotional power, no longer controlled by manipulation, no longer blinded by illusion. To live with spiritual wisdom is to master emotional neutrality. The immature soul reacts immediately, driven by pain and ego. The evolved soul observes calmly, guided by discernment. Emotional control does not mean suppression. It means clarity. It's the sacred balance between feeling everything deeply, yet responding with composure. Jung believed that the greatest strength lies in detachment, the art of seeing without absorbing. You begin to understand that your energy is sacred, and not everyone deserves access to it. When people show you who they are, you no longer need to debate their intentions. You watch, accept, and distance yourself gracefully. Your silence becomes your armor, and your observation becomes your teacher. Every betrayal becomes a mirror reflecting your growth. Every disappointment becomes a spiritual test to refine your discernment, and every false friend becomes a lesson in self-respect. This is the heart of spirituality, not revenge, not bitterness, but evolution. You stop trying to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding you. You stop seeking loyalty in those who are loyal only to their needs. You no longer beg for truth because you live in truth. Jung's chilling wisdom reminds you that the moment you stop reacting, you start reclaiming your freedom. When you detach, you begin to see clearly. When you observe, you begin to heal. And when you rise above emotional games, you awaken to the profound realization that no one can truly betray you, only reveal themselves. In that awareness lies your ultimate power. 5. Strategic distance, protection. In spirituality and spiritual growth, true protection often comes through distance. Carl Jung understood that the moment people know too much about your plans, emotions, or vulnerabilities, they gain subtle power over you. The more predictable you are, the easier it becomes for others to manipulate your choices, energy, and emotions. That's why spiritual wisdom teaches the importance of controlled access. You don't owe the world an explanation for every move you make. When you learn to keep your silence sacred, you begin to realize that mystery is not a weakness, it is your shield. The less they know, the less they can influence. You must learn to share less and observe more. Those who truly care will never demand to see what you protect. Jung's philosophy aligns with an ancient truth. Boundaries are not walls. They are energetic filters that separate what nourishes your spirit from what drains it. Distance weakens manipulation because manipulators thrive on information and proximity. When you limit what others can access your emotions, your goals, your private thoughts, you disarm their ability to play psychological games. Your power lies in the unknown, in the parts of yourself that remain beyond their reach. It's not about mistrusting everyone. It's about knowing that discernment is an act of self-love. Protecting your plans doesn't mean you're being secretive. It means you're preserving your destiny from premature exposure. Even in leadership and workplaces, this truth remains vital. Like King Louis XI, who divided influence and rotated trust so no one person ever held complete power, you must understand that dependence creates vulnerability. When one person holds too much emotional or professional leverage, imbalance forms and control begins. To grow spiritually is to distribute your trust wisely, never out of fear, but out of awareness. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That's why you must consciously choose who holds emotional access to you, who hears your dreams, and who deserves your vulnerability. Those who seek to manipulate often disguise themselves as confidants. They study your weaknesses, mirror your emotions, and feed your ego until they have a hold on your energy. But once you create distance, once they can't read your every reaction or predict your next step, they lose control. Silence, unpredictability, and calm detachment become your armor. This is where spiritual growth deepens, not through constant connection, but through wise separation. It's realizing that peace is not something others give you. It's something you protect through discipline and self-respect. In your journey of spiritual awakening, learn to move with quiet strength. Speak when necessary, act with intention, and allow distance to reveal who truly values you. Those who are aligned with your energy will never fear your silence. They will respect it. And those who demand constant access only fear losing their influence. The more you grow, the more sacred your solitude becomes, because that is where your energy resets and your clarity returns. To live with spiritual wisdom is to understand that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is step back, not to abandon, but to protect your peace, your focus, and your soul's purpose. When you start setting firm boundaries, you're not losing people, you're protecting your peace. Comment, "I protect my energy," below to affirm your spiritual strength and alignment. 6. Prevention is power. Prevention is power. And when it comes to protecting your peace, hesitation can be your downfall. You must never wait for betrayal to fully unfold, because once deceit begins to show, it's already too late. When something in your spirit feels off, trust it. That's not paranoia. It's spiritual wisdom whispering that your energy is being misused. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." And that truth runs deep when it comes to friendships. When someone starts to disturb your inner balance, it's not about being cold or suspicious. It's about listening to your higher self. Acting quickly and silently is not cruelty. It's protection. Fake friends feed on your hesitation, on your need to explain, to fix, to give them another chance. But true awakening means realizing that peace never asks you to shrink yourself to keep others comfortable. When deceit is suspected, do not confront, argue, or demand an apology. Simply withdraw your energy, cut their access to you, and move in silence. Your peace does not need an announcement. As the saying goes, a wise man does at once what the fool does at last. To act fast is to honor your intuition. Carl Jung taught that the human shadow hides in smiles, small compliments, and quiet envy. Not everyone who stands beside you wishes you well. Some admire you only because they want to study you, to mimic your light, to absorb your strength until you no longer serve their purpose. And when they feel your growth threatens their illusion of control, they turn against you subtly through words, energy, and distance. But you must not lower yourself to meet their level. Observe, detach, protect. This is how spiritually awakened souls survive in a world where betrayal often wears a friendly face. Prevention means mastering perception. It's the ability to see through charm, to sense misalignment long before harm reaches you. It's the wisdom of feeling energy rather than believing appearances. Spiritual wisdom teaches that discernment is not judgment. It is clarity. It's understanding that not everyone can walk with you on your journey of awakening. Carl Jung reminded us that relationships mirror what is within us, and that sometimes the unease you feel around someone is your subconscious recognizing danger before your mind does. So when your spirit grows heavy around a person, listen. Don't explain it away. Don't call it overthinking. Protect your energy as sacred ground. The moment you release those who secretly root against you, you open space for those who genuinely celebrate your evolution. Prevention is not fear. It is maturity. It's choosing alignment over attachment, truth over illusion, clarity over chaos. Love without respect is manipulation. Kindness without discernment is self-betrayal. And as Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Don't call betrayal fate. Call it awareness. Protecting your peace before the wound is not weakness, it's wisdom. When you act with clarity, your silence becomes your sword. Your distance becomes your strength, and your peace becomes your power. 7. The power of secrecy and silence. Carl Jung understood the hidden strength behind silence, the kind that does not demand attention, but commands it effortlessly. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, silence is not weakness. It is control, composure, and sacred protection. When you speak less, you reveal less, and that gives you the power to direct how others perceive you. Jung guarded information as if it were a weapon, not out of fear, but out of wisdom, because he knew that mystery makes the mind restless. People crave to know more about what they cannot fully understand, and that curiosity shifts power in your favor. When you refuse to overshare, you create a psychological distance that forces others to respect your presence without needing constant explanation. Every word you speak is energy, and every secret you reveal is a piece of power you give away. Jung's insight reminds us that not everyone who listens deserves to know what moves within your mind. Some people listen only to use your truth against you, while others are drawn to your openness merely to satisfy their curiosity, not to understand your soul. In spiritual awakening, silence becomes a divine shield that preserves your inner peace from unnecessary noise. When you choose to speak only when it adds value, you're no longer reacting, you're leading. This is the art of self-mastery that Jung so often hinted at. To control perception, by controlling revelation. The less you say, the more weight your words carry. Silence also sharpens your perception. When you stop speaking to fill the air, you start listening to what's truly being said between the lines. Jung believed that human beings reveal their unconscious through their reactions, not their words. So when you stay silent, you begin to see the truth of others, their intentions, their fears, their manipulation without them realizing it. In that moment, silence turns from stillness into strategy. You're no longer participating in emotional chaos. You're observing it with clarity. That is the real mark of spiritual awakening, not in how loudly you defend your truth, but in how calmly you guard it. The greatest illusion is that silence is emptiness. In reality, silence is energy condensed. It creates curiosity, and curiosity creates power. People become unsettled when they can't read your next move, and in that uncertainty, you hold the upper hand. You don't need to fight for attention when your stillness already speaks volumes. As Jung once said, knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. When you keep parts of yourself hidden, you are not being deceptive, you are being wise. You are protecting the sacred space of your spirit from those who have not yet earned the right to access it. True spirituality is not about exposure, it's about elevation. Silence aligns you with your inner knowing, where intuition replaces impulse. It teaches you to observe without reacting, to understand without explaining, and to shine without announcing. This is the quiet confidence of those who walk the path of awareness. They do not seek to be understood. They seek to be at peace. And in that peace, they become unpredictable, untouchable, and profoundly powerful. 8. Turning betrayal into power. Betrayal exposes truth and hidden motives, revealing what words could not. It's not merely an act of deceit, but a spiritual initiation, forcing you to see beyond illusions and identify who truly belongs in your life. Through the lens of spirituality and spiritual growth, betrayal is never meant to destroy you. It's designed to refine you. It teaches you the sacred art of discernment, showing you where your trust was placed too loosely and where your energy was being drained by false loyalty. When someone betrays you, their mask falls off, and what remains is raw truth. As Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Betrayal brings the unconscious motives of others into light, and though it hurts, it liberates you from false attachments that were never meant to follow you into your next chapter. The first rule when betrayal strikes is to respond strategically, never emotionally. Emotions can cloud judgment and make you reactive when what you truly need is reflection. Think of Steve Jobs after being ousted from Apple, the very company he founded. He didn't drown in anger or resentment. Instead, he redirected his energy into creation, founding Next and revitalizing Pixar, eventually returning to Apple and reclaiming his place as a visionary leader. That is the power of turning pain into purpose. He didn't just come back, he came back stronger, sharper, and spiritually grounded in his own worth. Betrayal can be the same catalyst for you. It pushes you to rebuild yourself from a higher level of consciousness, where external validation no longer defines your direction. To grow spiritually from betrayal, start by studying it without bias. Where did the cracks begin? Were there subtle signs you ignored because your heart hoped for loyalty that wasn't real. Perhaps the betrayal only exposed what was already broken, a dynamic built on convenience, not authenticity. When you analyze without bitterness, you transform victimhood into wisdom. You begin to understand that betrayal doesn't come to show you who others are. It comes to remind you who you are. You are not the version that needs everyone's approval. You are the version that stands firm in truth, even if it means standing alone for a while. From this point forward, protect your energy with higher standards. Building your relationships like sacred temples, entry requires integrity, not familiarity. Measure people not by their intensity, but by their consistency. Watch how they behave when you succeed. Notice if they celebrate your growth or subtly compete with it. Loyalty isn't loud, it's steady. Those who gossip to you will gossip about you. Those who stay neutral when you're attacked are silently aligned with those who envy you. When betrayal happens, it doesn't end your story, it edits your cast. Transforming betrayal into power means redirecting your pain toward creation, not retaliation. Instead of venting, channel that energy into purpose. Work out, write, study, build, pray, meditate, whatever restores your spiritual center. Forgiveness is not permission for re-entry. It's closure for your own peace. When you forgive, you reclaim control over your emotional landscape. As you do, you begin to realize that betrayal was not punishment. It was protection. It was God's way of removing people who couldn't breathe at the altitude you're ascending to. So take the lesson and make it sacred. Turn your reaction into reflection, your loss into leverage, your heartbreak into higher standards. Betrayal will always test your strength, but it will also reveal your destiny. Just as Steve Jobs turned exile into dominance, you too can turn disappointment into divine direction. The key is to stay calm, stay strategic, and stay rooted in your spirituality. Remember, betrayal is not the end of your story. It's the turning point where your spiritual growth begins to shape your true power. And that brings us to the end of today's video. Remember, as Carl Jung once said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. The same courage applies when recognizing who truly stands beside you and who only pretends to. Stay aware, stay authentic, and protect your peace, because not everyone who smiles with you walks with you in truth. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to our channel, Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos filled with insights to deepen your spiritual wisdom and strengthen your journey of spiritual awakening. Becoming addicted to your appearance? Carl Jung says that's not a bad thing. Beauty is eternity gazing at itself in a mirror. Khalil Gibran. What if your growing fascination with your own image isn't vanity, but a sign of deeper self-recognition? In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore Carl Jung's surprising insight that becoming captivated by your own reflection can actually be a sacred stage of individuation, a step toward integrating the self and awakening inner confidence. Have you ever noticed how your relationship with your appearance changes as your awareness grows? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's reflect together on how self-image can be a mirror for spiritual growth and personal happiness. 1. Appearance reflects the inner world. Carl Jung taught that your outer appearance is never just skin deep. It's a reflection of your inner world. When you neglect how you look, it often signals a deeper disconnection from your spirit. But when your appearance aligns with your inner truth, harmony begins to radiate through you. Confidence rises effortlessly, and your presence flows with natural ease. Your reflection is not vanity. It's feedback from your soul, a living symbol of your spiritual state. Every color you wear, every movement you make, every expression on your face mirrors the energy within. Spiritual awakening reminds you that the body is the temple of the spirit, not something to suppress, but something to honor as a channel through which consciousness becomes visible. When you start paying attention to how you appear, it's not about ego, it's about awareness. You begin to treat yourself as something sacred. Your body becomes a canvas where your inner light paints its truth. This is why during moments of inner transformation, you often feel the urge to change your look, to cut your hair, to refresh your style, to glow differently. It's not superficial, it's symbolic. The external shift reflects an internal rebirth. Jung called this the process of individuation, when the outer and inner selves finally meet in authenticity. You no longer wear an image to impress others. You wear your soul. This understanding transforms self-care into spiritual practice. When you dress with intention, when you nourish your body, when you express your natural beauty without guilt, you are not serving the ego. You are honoring your essence. Your reflection becomes a dialogue with the divine, revealing not who you think you should be, but who you already are beneath the noise. Your appearance then becomes an expression of energy, not insecurity, a statement that says, "My spirit is alive here, in this form." The eyes glow differently, the voice vibrates more softly, and your aura expands because inner peace is finally reflected through matter. There's a silent power in being fully aligned when your outer image no longer hides or exaggerates, but tells the truth of your soul. You walk differently because you are no longer fragmented. You dress not to be seen, but to express being. You care for your appearance because it is a form of gratitude for existing in this physical plane. Jung's wisdom invites us to see beauty, not as illusion, but as illumination, the light of spirit made visible through the body. To tend to your reflection consciously is not narcissism. It is a sacred form of remembrance, a declaration that your inner and outer worlds have learned to dance in harmony. If you truly believe that your appearance mirrors your inner world, let your light be seen. Type in the comments, "My outer beauty reflects my inner growth," and let this community know you're walking the path of spiritual wisdom with awareness and intention. 2. Appearance as responsibility, not vanity. Caring for your appearance is not vanity. It is a sacred act of responsibility toward your essence and purpose. When your outer presentation aligns with the way you feel inside, your energy rises, your confidence stabilizes, and life begins to flow with ease. In spirituality, this harmony between the inner and outer self is not superficial. It's a sign of spiritual growth and integrity. To look good is not to please others, but to honor the divine spark within you that longs to express beauty, order, and light. Your appearance becomes a language through which your soul speaks, a mirror that reflects your consciousness and reminds you that you are worthy of being seen. Neglecting your appearance, on the other hand, often signals inner disconnection. When your energy is low or your purpose feels dim, it shows in the way you carry yourself, in the way you dress, even in the tone of your presence. Taking care of how you look is not an obsession with perfection, but an acknowledgement of your worth. When you nurture your physical form with awareness, you send a message to your subconscious that you value yourself, that you are in harmony with life. This simple act can shift your entire vibration, aligning your energy field with abundance, confidence, and clarity. Carl Jung taught that the face we show the world, the persona, is not meant to be rejected, but purified. It becomes a spiritual bridge when it reflects the truth of who we are rather than conceals it. Every choice, from the colors you wear to the posture you hold, tells a story about your state of consciousness. When that story reflects love, self-respect, and peace, your outer world rearranges to match your inner vibration. People respond to you differently. Synchronicities appear effortlessly, and opportunities flow because your energy has become coherent. In that state, you no longer chase validation. You embody it. You become magnetic, not because of your appearance alone, but because your appearance is infused with the frequency of self-awareness and spiritual authenticity. Spiritual growth is not about detaching from the physical. It is about transforming the physical into a vessel of light. The body, the face, the clothes, all of these are temples through which the soul communicates. When you care for them consciously, you participate in the divine act of creation, turning everyday routines into spiritual rituals. Styling your hair, choosing your outfit, or simply standing tall becomes a silent prayer, a reminder that you honor the energy of life flowing through you. You begin to realize that beauty is not something to acquire, but something to awaken. Looking good, then, is not vanity, but devotion, a reflection of self-respect and inner integrity. When you align how you feel inside with how you express yourself outwardly, you create a state of wholeness that radiates peace and confidence. You start walking through the world as someone who knows that spirituality is not about escaping form, but illuminating it. Your appearance becomes an outer expression of inner harmony, a living proof that when the soul grows, it beautifies everything it touches, including you. 3. The science of alignment. When your outer image begins to reflect your inner truth, something powerful happens inside you. Your brain responds with a surge of dopamine and serotonin, those natural chemicals of joy and confidence that make you feel alive, magnetic, and aligned. You start walking with purpose, speaking with clarity, and radiating an energy that people can't quite explain but deeply feel. According to spiritual wisdom, this is not vanity, it's alignment. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that journey often begins when you allow your physical appearance to become a mirror of your soul's authenticity. When what you see on the outside finally resonates with what you feel on the inside, you're not feeding the ego. You're nurturing harmony between the mind, body, and spirit. But when there's disconnection, when the way you look no longer reflects the person you've become within your body senses it, the chemistry shifts, and cortisol, the stress hormone, begins to flood your system. You might feel drained, uninspired, or strangely uncomfortable in your own skin. Jung called this inner conflict psychic disunity, a state where the conscious and unconscious self fall out of balance. The mirror stops feeling like the truth and starts feeling like tension because it's showing you an outdated version of yourself. This is not a call to chase perfection. It's a signal to realign. When you start honoring your current self through your appearance, through the colors you wear, the way you carry yourself, the energy you project, you are essentially saying, "I see who I am becoming." Your image is not just fabric, makeup, or posture. It's your soul's language made visible. Think of it as your aura clothed in matter. When the outer frame finally matches the artwork within, everything feels effortlessly right. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that beauty is not the pursuit of surface perfection, but the expression of vibrational truth. The more your thoughts, emotions, and spirit evolve, the more your outer world transforms to match that frequency. You begin to take care of yourself, not because you need validation, but because you respect the temple that carries your essence. You start to see your reflection as evidence of transformation, a visual prayer of who you are and who you're becoming. So when you feel drawn to refine your appearance, don't judge yourself. It might not be vanity at all. It might be your higher self guiding you toward alignment. You're responding to the soul's desire to bring the inner and outer worlds into resonance. As Jung would say, this is the process of individuation, the merging of all parts of the self into harmony. When your reflection becomes an honest echo of your inner evolution, confidence is no longer something you try to achieve. It simply flows. You're not obsessed with how you look. You're devoted to who you are becoming. And in that state of spiritual alignment, beauty stops being a goal and becomes your natural state of being. Leave your like and subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss more insights like this on the science of alignment. Stay connected with your inner power and let your outer world reflect your truth. Type in the comments, "I am in perfect alignment with my highest self." 4. 5 keys to mastering appearance. The mirror is not just a piece of glass. It's a spiritual tool, a portal that reflects not only your appearance, but your state of consciousness. Each morning, when you look at yourself, you're not checking for flaws. You're seeking alignment. Carl Jung, one of the greatest minds in psychology and spirituality, said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." To truly see yourself is an act of awakening. When you adjust your posture, fix your hair, or choose your outfit, you are subconsciously asking, "Does this version of me feel in harmony with my inner world?" This is the mirror principle, the first key to mastering appearance through spiritual awakening. It's not about vanity, it's about awareness. Each small adjustment is an energetic recalibration, a way of reminding yourself that your outer world is meant to mirror the inner truth you are cultivating. When you approach your reflection with consciousness rather than criticism, your mirror becomes your mentor. The second key, the 10-minute investment, reminds you that self-care is a spiritual discipline. 10 minutes may seem like a small window, but when done with intention, it changes your entire vibration. Spend that time mindfully washing your face, stretching, breathing, meditating, or simply being present with your body. Jung taught that transformation begins in the everyday details, not the grand gestures. 10 minutes of devoted care signals to your subconscious that you are worthy of attention and peace. Over time, this ritual builds a foundation of self-trust and inner harmony. In spirituality, this daily act is not mere grooming. It's a dialogue between your body and soul, a morning prayer to your higher self through motion, touch, and care. Next is the personal standard, the invisible law that defines how you choose to appear in the world. It's not about fashion or trends. It's about coherence. How do you want your presence to feel? What vibration do you wish to radiate when you walk into a room? Your personal standard is the bridge between authenticity and presentation. When you decide what feels right for you, what colors, styles, and details represent your spirit, you are not masking yourself. You are expressing your essence. Jung believed that the persona, when consciously shaped, becomes a sacred vessel for the soul's truth. Maintaining your standard consistently communicates discipline and integrity, both powerful aspects of spiritual awakening. You begin to embody your highest energy, and others naturally respond to your clarity. Then comes the 1% philosophy, the reminder that growth, both inner and outer, is evolutionary, not explosive. Every day, strive to become 1% better, 1% more aligned, 1% more confident. In spiritual wisdom, even the smallest act of self-improvement has an exponential effect. It might mean dressing a little better, thinking a little kinder, or standing a little taller. These micro shifts compound over time, transforming not only your appearance, but your entire energy field. Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens." Each 1% improvement is a bridge between those two worlds, your external reflection and your inner evolution, becoming one seamless reality. Finally, the multiplier effect reveals the magic that occurs when you radiate confidence and coherence. Your energy becomes contagious. People are drawn not to your features, but to your frequency, the way your inner peace translates into presence. You influence others, not by words, but by vibration. When your outer image reflects your inner state of calm self-acceptance, you unconsciously grant others permission to do the same. In this way, caring for your appearance is not self-absorption, it's service. It elevates the collective energy around you. So when you tend to your reflection, give those 10 minutes to self-care, uphold your personal standard, grow 1% daily, and let your energy multiply outward. You are practicing spirituality in motion. You are embodying spiritual awakening in its most visible form, where beauty becomes consciousness, and every glance in the mirror is not vanity, but reverence for the divine life expressing itself through you. 5. Presence is power. After 40, your appearance is no longer about vanity. It becomes a reflection of your leadership, your inner maturity, and your spiritual growth. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that truth is revealed not only through your mind, but through your very presence. When you walk into a room, people can sense whether you've made peace with yourself, whether your life has been lived consciously or carelessly. Maturity should express wisdom, not weariness. It should carry quiet confidence, not indifference. Neglect is not a sign of humility. It is often a symptom of spiritual fatigue. Caring for your appearance is an act of reverence. It says, "I honor my life, and I am prepared to lead." It shows that you understand the sacred responsibility of representing your inner world through your outer form. There is a profound connection between the way you present yourself and the energy you emit. In spirituality, this is called embodiment, the ability to allow your spirit to be seen, felt, and known through your physical being. The clothes you choose, the way you hold your posture, the softness or firmness of your gaze, all of it speaks the language of your soul. A well-cared-for appearance doesn't mean chasing youth or vanity. It means you've accepted your evolution. You've learned that beauty is not in perfection, but in alignment. When your outer self reflects your inner peace, you radiate something magnetic, an energy that draws others in without effort. Those who have matured with awareness carry a different kind of light. They lead not by words, but by presence. They embody serenity that cannot be faked. You can feel it in how they move, how they breathe, how they listen. Jung understood that true personality is born when the ego surrenders to the soul, when the outer form becomes an instrument for something higher to express itself. And so, the way you care for your appearance after 40 is no longer about impressing others. It's about mirroring your self-respect. You begin to treat your body like a temple, your clothes like extensions of your energy, and your daily rituals like sacred acts of self-honoring. Your appearance becomes a silent declaration that you are living in awareness. The wrinkles on your face are not flaws. They are maps of wisdom. The way you style yourself, walk, or speak reveals whether you live in chaos or in calm. Each choice, from grooming to demeanor, becomes a statement of self-leadership. And when your outer image harmonizes with your inner growth, you embody the essence of spiritual maturity. People start to feel safe in your presence because you have integrated your own contradictions. You no longer chase approval. You radiate wholeness. This is the beauty that Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom points to. A beauty born from consciousness, not control. When you take care of yourself, you're not indulging in vanity. You're embodying self-awareness. You're showing that you understand the sacred unity between spirit and matter. You are, in essence, saying to the world, "I am here, fully awake, grounded in who I've become." And that kind of presence rooted in self-respect, refined through experience, and balanced by humility, is the most powerful form of leadership there is. If this message has awakened something within you, affirm it in the comments. I choose to live fully present in every moment. My power is in the now. 6. The symbolic meaning of the body. Your body is not just a physical form, it is the sacred vessel through which your spirit reveals itself. As Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us, the body is the visibility of the soul. The soul is the meaning of the body. When you neglect your appearance or treat your body carelessly, you are not being humble. You are silencing one of the most powerful languages your soul has to express itself. Your body and style are instruments of destiny, a visible reflection of your unseen essence. To ignore them is to mute the dialogue between your soul and the world. When your outer self begins to mirror your inner wholeness, you awaken a deep harmony within the kind where life itself begins to move in rhythm with you. Your appearance is not vanity. It's a reflection of how aligned you are with your truth. The clothes you wear, the way you walk, the glow in your skin, all of it speaks before you ever say a word. When you nurture your physical form with awareness, you honor your spirit in motion. Jung's teachings remind us that the path to individuation, the process of becoming your true self, includes the reconciliation between body and soul. Your physical form is a mirror of your psychological state, an ever-evolving artwork of your consciousness. When you begin to see your body not as something to fix, but as something sacred to express, you open the door to psychological wholeness. To be addicted to your appearance, in this sense, is not a weakness, but a devotion. It means you are in love with the vessel that carries your light. Each choice you make, every color you wear, every scent you choose, every gesture you make, transmits a silent message about your energy. You are constantly broadcasting your inner vibration to the outer world. As Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And becoming who you truly are means allowing every layer of your being, mind, body, and spirit to reflect that truth without shame or fear. Caring for your body consciously is not vanity, it's visibility. It's how your spirit declares, "I am here." When you look in the mirror and see beauty not as an illusion, but as evidence of inner harmony, you enter the state of self-respect that radiates authenticity. You no longer dress to impress. You adorn to express. You stop trying to look like someone else and instead begin to look like yourself. And that's when the world begins to respond differently. You draw in opportunities, relationships, and synchronicities that match your vibration because your inner world and outer image are no longer in conflict. They are speaking the same language. When your body mirrors your soul, life becomes fluid. You move with grace instead of resistance. You attract what resonates instead of chasing what doesn't. Your presence becomes your power. Your energy becomes your signature. And your appearance becomes an extension of your consciousness. That is the ultimate message of spiritual wisdom. When the body aligns with the soul, you no longer have to seek validation from the world. You become the embodiment of your own truth, and the universe, in turn, conspires with you. 7. The upward spiral of self-image. When you take care of yourself, something subtle but powerful begins to unfold within you. Carl Jung, whose teachings often connect psychology and spirituality, would call this the awakening of your inner world. The simple act of caring for your appearance is not vanity. It is self-respect made visible. It's the way your soul whispers, "I am worthy of care." When you nurture your self-image, you activate an upward spiral that transforms how you feel, how you act, and what you attract. You start to feel better. And when you feel better, you act better. When you act better, you achieve better. And when you achieve better, you care even more. This is not just a cycle of improvement. It's a spiritual evolution in motion. Spirituality is not about rejecting the body or denying beauty in the name of humility. It is about bringing harmony between your body, mind, and spirit. When you choose to look after yourself, to dress with intention, to move with grace, To smile at your reflection, you are acknowledging the divinity in your form. You're saying to the universe, I honor this vessel that carries my soul. And in return, your life begins to align with that frequency of respect. Your choices become more conscious, your thoughts more peaceful, your relationships more balanced. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And to become that person, you must first see yourself as worthy of becoming. The upward spiral of self-image is not about chasing perfection, but embodying presence. When you treat yourself with love, your energy radiates beyond the physical. It touches your emotions, your focus, and your actions. Every act of care becomes a statement of self-belief, a reminder that you are not separate from the divine, but a reflection of it. Jung believed that transformation begins in the unconscious. When you tend to your outer world, your inner world listens. When you care for your body, your mind becomes more focused. When you nurture your energy, your spirit begins to awaken. You create a positive feedback loop between the inner and outer self, where each reinforces the other in a dance of evolution. But when you neglect yourself, the spiral reverses. You feel less alive, less inspired, and your energy begins to fade. Neglect isn't humility. It's a silent form of self-abandonment. Jung warned that what you resist persists. And when you resist your own beauty, strength, or potential, you bury them in your shadow. This hidden self begins to control you from the background, showing up as insecurity, jealousy, or self-doubt. The decay of self-image is not just emotional, it's spiritual. Your light dims, not because it has vanished, but because you've forgotten to tend to it. The downward spiral begins when you stop believing that you are worth evolving for. In truth, your self-image is the mirror of your soul's current state of consciousness. It can either lift you toward your highest potential or pull you down into apathy. The choice is always yours, to rise through love and awareness, or to fall through neglect and denial. Spiritual awakening begins when you realize that caring for yourself is not shallow. It's sacred. It is the act of aligning your physical expression with your inner truth. When you fix your posture, when you speak kindly to yourself, when you radiate confidence, you are not just improving your appearance, you are tuning yourself to a higher frequency. Carl Jung would say that every external act has an internal echo. The way you treat your reflection is the way you treat your spirit. So, when you choose to value yourself, you teach the universe how to value you. This is not vanity, it's reverence. It's the realization that the body and soul are partners in the art of becoming. When you love what you see, not from ego, but from awareness, you become magnetic. Your confidence turns into calmness. Your calmness turns into compassion. And your compassion becomes the very essence of spiritual wisdom. This is the true upward spiral of self-image, a continuous unfolding where your outer beauty becomes the mirror of your inner awakening, and every act of self-care becomes an expression of divine consciousness in motion. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. 8. Practical transformation tools. Each day offers a chance to meet yourself again, and one of the most powerful ways to do that is through conscious reflection. The 5-minute mirror audit isn't just about seeing your face, it's about witnessing your evolution. When you look in the mirror at night, don't ask, Am I perfect? Ask instead, does my appearance reflect the person I am growing into? This is where spirituality and self-image merge, when your reflection becomes a conversation with your soul. As you keep this nightly ritual, you start to notice subtle changes, not just in how you look, but in how you carry your truth, how your posture reflects confidence, and how your eyes radiate calm self-acceptance. Beyond the mirror, there is a deeper journey, the ritual of 3 mirrors. The first mirror reflects your physical presence, the vessel through which your spirit moves in this world. The second shows your emotional energy and what feelings linger within you after each day. The third mirror reveals your aspiration, the higher version of you calling to be expressed. By practicing this ritual, you align your physical, emotional, and spiritual selves, turning self-awareness into a form of sacred discipline. Carl Jung believed that the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And through these reflections, you move closer to that radical acceptance, which is the foundation of spiritual growth. Transformation also lives in the everyday choices that shape your environment, like the wardrobe renewal practice. Once a week, remove one item from your closet that no longer represents who you are becoming. This simple act of release carries immense symbolic power. Each piece of clothing you let go of is an old identity, a vibration that no longer matches your present frequency. As you make space, you allow new energy to flow into your life. This is spirituality in motion, decluttering the physical to mirror the cleansing of the emotional and energetic layers within you. Then comes the morning ritual expansion. Add 15 minutes to your routine, not for vanity, but for reverence. Those extra moments are an offering to your higher self. When you wash your face, feel the water as renewal. When you dress, choose colors that resonate with your current vibration, perhaps grounding earth tones for balance or radiant whites for purity. As you stand before the mirror, affirm, I am becoming the person I am meant to be. These small moments of mindfulness build emotional resilience and spiritual awareness, setting the tone for your entire day. Finally, there is the 90-day photo challenge. Every day, capture an image of yourself, not to chase perfection, but to honor progression. After 3 months, when you look back, you'll see more than surface changes. You'll see energy, posture, and presence evolving. You'll see a version of yourself who has learned to embody growth consciously. Spirituality isn't always about meditation or prayer. Sometimes it's about observing your own metamorphosis with love. Each photograph becomes a visual diary of transformation, proof that devotion to self-awareness leads to visible lightness and inner alignment. Through these practices, the mirror audit, the 3 mirrors ritual, wardrobe renewal, morning ritual expansion, and the 90-day photo journey, you begin to understand that self-care is not superficial. It's sacred. Every act of grooming becomes a prayer of embodiment. Every mirror becomes a portal of awareness. And as you integrate these tools, you'll realize that true beauty is not a mask, it's energy made visible, the radiance of a soul in alignment. This is what spiritual growth truly looks like when it's lived, not just understood. 9. The deeper lesson of Jung. Your appearance is not a mask you wear to please the world. It is a mirror of your becoming, the visible expression of your inner evolution. You cannot embody discipline, confidence, or purpose while neglecting the vessel that carries them. When you care for your appearance, you're not worshiping vanity. you're practicing spiritual wisdom in motion. As Carl Jung said, the outer world mirrors the inner one, and that truth extends to your body, your clothes, your energy, and the way you meet the day. Every detail of your image is an external echo of your internal order, and when you neglect it, you silently tell your subconscious that your dreams are not yet worth showing up for. But when you polish your reflection with intention, you communicate to your soul that it is safe and necessary to rise into its potential. Caring for your image is a form of applied psychology, a living affirmation that you take your destiny seriously. It's not about perfection, but alignment, aligning the way you look with the life you are calling in. The way you dress, walk, and carry yourself tells your unconscious who you believe yourself to be. If you carry yourself like a person of strength, grace, and purpose, the mind will begin to shape itself to match that belief. As Aristotle once wrote, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. In this sense, every small act of care, washing your face, ironing your shirt, standing tall, is not superficial. It's sacred. It's a daily ritual that builds discipline and signals self-respect. Jung often spoke about the persona, the mask we show the world, not as something fake, but as a necessary bridge to the self. When consciously shaped, your outward form becomes a tool for awakening, not deception. Think of how temples are cleaned before prayer, candles are lit before meditation, or robes are worn for ceremonies. None of these are about impressing others. They are reminders to the spirit that what you're about to do matters. Your body is your first temple. Caring for it is your first act of devotion. Through grooming, posture, and presence, you align the outer and inner worlds until they vibrate in harmony. Each day, you delay caring for your appearance. You delay your potential. Transformation doesn't happen all at once. It begins in small, consistent acts of self-respect. If you want to become more confident, start by looking like someone who is. If you want to feel more grounded, dress in a way that reflects calm and clarity. The soul speaks through symbols, and your image is one of them. It is not vanity, it is vibration. When you look at yourself in the mirror with intention, you are reminding your unconscious, "I am worthy of showing up beautifully for my destiny." Carl Jung also said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." So bring awareness to the unconscious story your appearance tells. Is it one of neglect, avoidance, or unworthiness, or one of discipline, faith, and becoming? Every morning, you have the power to rewrite that story. You don't need wealth or perfection to begin. You only need intention. Comb your hair with care, walk with presence, choose one symbol, a scent, a color, a gesture that reminds you of who you're becoming. Over time, these small, sacred rituals will rewire your mind toward confidence and grace. When you honor your reflection, you honor your destiny. The outer world responds to how you carry yourself. And when your energy says, "I am ready," opportunities start recognizing you. So stop waiting to feel good before you show up as your best self. Show up first, and the feeling will follow. Your appearance is a language of energy, and when spoken with awareness, it tells the universe that you are no longer running from your greatness. As Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches, the journey toward self-realization begins when your inner truth and outer form become one seamless expression of purpose. And remember, your appearance is not your prison. It's a mirror reflecting the soul's evolution. When you learn to see beauty not as vanity, but as vitality, you begin to embody the harmony Carl Jung spoke of, the union between your inner and outer worlds. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that dive deep into the psychology of the soul and the mysteries of self-realization. This video ends the search, the only message Carl Jung wanted you to hear. Your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. There comes a moment in every seeker's journey when the endless search must end, when the answers you've been chasing out there are found within. In today's video, this video ends the search. The only message Carl Jung wanted you to hear. We invite you to pause, breathe, and listen deeply to the wisdom that has always been whispering from within your soul. Let this message from Spiritual Wisdom remind you that true awakening isn't about finding something new. It's about remembering who you've always been. Before we begin, tell us in the comments, what truth have you recently discovered about yourself that changed the way you see life? Your reflection might be the spark that awakens someone else's journey. 1. The mirror principle. Every person, situation, or problem that crosses your path is not random. It is a mirror reflecting something within you that has not yet been fully understood, accepted, or healed. When you find yourself irritated by others, when life seems unfair, or when the same patterns repeat themselves over and over again, it is not because the world is against you. It is because life, through divine intelligence, is showing you the unintegrated parts of your own psyche. What you resist in others mirrors what you resist within yourself. The things you dislike, judge, or reject externally are often the very things you have suppressed internally. This is not punishment. It is a sacred invitation to awareness. The outer world merely projects the inner one, allowing you to witness what still needs to be brought into the light of consciousness. Most people live their entire lives fighting the mirror. They see enemies where there are only reflections. They believe that others are the cause of their pain, never realizing that their suffering comes from their own projections. When you judge someone's arrogance, it may be your own pride seeking humility. When you resent someone's success, it may be your own unrealized potential, longing for expression. As Carl Jung said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. The world becomes your greatest teacher the moment you stop running from its lessons. To fight the reflection is to remain trapped in illusion. To observe it with awareness is to begin the journey of spiritual awakening. When you stop fighting and begin to observe, the mirror transforms from an enemy into a guide. Every conflict becomes a compass, pointing you towards self-knowledge. The people who trigger you become messengers of hidden emotions, anger, fear, guilt, shame that are waiting to be healed. This is how spiritual growth unfolds, not by changing others, but by reclaiming your projections and owning your inner world. The moment you say, "This person is showing me a part of myself," you begin to integrate your psyche. You stop being a victim of life and become a conscious co-creator of it. The more you integrate, the more peaceful and whole you become. As you continue this process, you start to see that forgiveness is not about excusing another's actions, but about releasing your own resistance. You realize that every judgment separates you from your own soul, and every act of understanding brings you closer to divine truth. The mirror principle becomes a daily spiritual practice, one where every challenge becomes a reflection of your growth. Every emotion becomes a tool for transformation, and every relationship becomes an opportunity to awaken deeper compassion. Spirituality, in its truest form, is not about escaping the world, but understanding it as your reflection. The universe is endlessly compassionate. It repeats lessons not to punish you, but to make you conscious. The moment you recognize this, life stops feeling like a battlefield and starts feeling like a mere hall of awakening, each reflection guiding you closer to your authentic self. And in that awareness, you realize that there were never external enemies, only unhealed parts of you calling for love, attention, and acceptance. That is the essence of spiritual wisdom, to see yourself in everything, and in doing so, to finally meet the wholeness you've been searching for all along. Do you see how life mirrors what you believe inside? If you do, affirm it in the comments below. I am aware of my reflection, and I choose growth. 2. Jung's discovery. You've never truly seen the world as it is. You've only ever seen it through the lens of your own mind. Every experience, every emotion, every judgment passes through the filters of your psyche, your complexes, your shadows, your fears, and your desires. What you call reality is not an external fact, but an inner reflection shaped by your perception. This is the essence of what Carl Jung discovered, that your unconscious continuously projects itself outward, painting the world with symbols drawn from your inner life. Until you recognize this, you live inside a dream that feels real, but is woven entirely from your own unseen thoughts. The faces you meet, the patterns that repeat, the circumstances that frustrate or delight you, are all mirrors showing you fragments of yourself. Life keeps sending you the same lessons wrapped in different forms because your psyche is trying to wake you up. You may think you are meeting destiny, but you are actually meeting yourself. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The purpose of spirituality and spiritual growth is to stop running from this truth and begin to see life not as a series of random events, but as a sacred dialogue between you and your soul. When you finally see that the people who trigger you are revealing your shadow, that the situations that challenge you are testing your awareness, and that the pain you avoid holds your deepest wisdom, your perception transforms. The world no longer feels like an enemy to be controlled, but a teacher to be understood. Your shadow, the parts of yourself you have rejected, becomes your greatest guide once you stop fearing it. Every negative emotion is a messenger pointing toward integration. This is how spiritual growth unfolds, through awareness, acceptance, and transformation of the unconscious into light. If you have ever wondered why the same experiences seem to follow you no matter where you go, it is because your consciousness has not yet evolved beyond the lesson they represent. You can change your job, your city, even your relationships, but unless you change the energy within, the same movie will play again with new characters. Life mirrors your inner vibration. not your intentions alone. The moment you understand that your perception is the projector, not the screen, you begin to reclaim your power. You no longer react, you respond. You no longer blame yourself. You no longer seek control. You cultivate consciousness. Spirituality, as Jung revealed, is not an escape from reality, but a deeper immersion into it with awakened eyes. It is realizing that you are not a victim of life's circumstances, but a co-creator of them. Once you understand that every experience, pleasant or painful, is an invitation to greater self-awareness, you begin to live with meaning rather than resistance. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What is this trying to teach me?" That shift in awareness is the beginning of freedom. Everything you encounter, every joy, every sorrow, every face is a reflection of your own consciousness trying to know itself. The universe does not punish or reward, it mirrors. When you grasp this truth deeply, your search ends because you finally see that what you have been seeking has always been within you. This is the silent message Jung left for humanity. The world outside is your soul turned inside out. And to awaken is to recognize yourself in everything you see. 3. The one problem and the one solution. Every problem you face in life, whether it's depression, anxiety, addiction, or the endless conflict in relationships, has one single root: unconsciousness. As Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Most of what we call destiny is simply unexamined habit, patterns that play out automatically while we remain asleep to our own motives. You think you're choosing freely, yet most choices are echoes of the past emotional memories that have never been healed, beliefs that were never questioned, pain that was never truly felt. The deeper truth is that nothing changes until you awaken to what drives you. Unconsciousness is not evil, it is blindness. It is living without truly seeing, reacting instead of responding, surviving instead of creating. Depression arises when the soul has been silenced for too long. Anxiety appears when the heart senses danger in living against one's truth. Addiction is not a moral failure, but a cry for connection, a desperate attempt to fill the emptiness that comes from spiritual disconnection. Every form of suffering is a mirror, reflecting what within you still asks to be seen. The more you fight it, the louder it becomes, because pain is simply awareness trying to return home. Carl Jung called this process individuation, the journey of bringing light into the hidden parts of the psyche. The unconscious holds everything we have buried: our fears, desires, resentments, and forgotten gifts. These shadows are not meant to be destroyed, but integrated. There is no coming to consciousness without pain, Jung wrote, reminding us that awakening is not comfortable. But this pain is sacred. It is the fire that burns away illusion. The moment you observe your anger instead of becoming it, your sadness instead of drowning in it, or your craving instead of being consumed by it, you step out of the dream and into truth. Awareness transforms experience because it allows you to see clearly rather than react blindly. Spiritual wisdom teaches that consciousness is the only true solution because it restores your power to choose. Awareness turns your suffering into guidance, your patterns into teachers, your past into wisdom. As Jung beautifully said, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. When you turn inward, You realize that the world is not attacking you, it is mirroring you. Every conflict is an invitation to meet yourself more deeply. What irritates you in another reveals what you have yet to love in yourself. What you fear losing shows you where you have placed your worth. To be conscious is to live in the present without distortion. To see things as they are instead of as your wounds paint them. It is to end the constant battle with reality and step into harmony with life. Consciousness doesn't remove your challenges. It transforms how you move through them. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start seeing, "What is this teaching me?" The moment awareness enters, confusion fades. Every problem dissolves in the light of understanding because it was never about the external event. It was about the unseen pattern beneath it. This is what Carl Jung wanted humanity to understand. Salvation is not found in escaping the unconscious, but in embracing it. Your shadow is not a curse. It is the doorway to your wholeness. When you make peace with what you once rejected, you reclaim your power. Spiritual awakening is not a final state, but a continuous unfolding. A daily practice of remembering who you truly are beyond conditioning, fear, and illusion. Consciousness is both the path and the destination. The gentle return to the awareness that has always been there, waiting for you to wake up and see. Are you ready to face the truth? Carl Jung tried to show us that the one problem you must solve is within yourself. If this message speaks to you, declare it in the comments. I am the solution. Let this be your affirmation, a reminder that clarity, healing, and transformation begin not in the world, but in your own mind. 4. The shift in perspective. Stop asking why life keeps happening to you and begin to see that life is happening through you. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This is the foundation of spirituality and spiritual awakening, the turning point where you stop looking for answers outside and begin searching within. The moment you shift from asking, "Why is this happening to me?" to "What part of my psyche is creating this?" everything changes. You stop playing the role of the victim and start understanding that you are the creator. Every moment, every experience, and every person you encounter is not separate from you, but a reflection of your inner world. What frustrates you, what inspires you, and what breaks you are all mirrors revealing your unconscious patterns, thoughts, and beliefs. When you awaken to this truth, the outer world loses its control over your emotions because you finally understand that nothing outside of you has real power. Only your perception does. You are both the projector and the screen, the dreamer and the dream. This simple but profound truth contains the essence of inner transformation. Think of your life as a film, and your mind as the projector that brings it to life. Most people spend years trying to change the movie, trying to erase scenes, edit characters, or escape the story. But the true shift happens when you realize that the movie only changes when the film inside the projector changes. That film is your mind, your beliefs, your emotions, your expectations, and your deeply buried memories. When the inner picture changes, the outer projection follows. That is why Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." The moment you begin to look within, you stop chasing illusions and start creating reality from a place of conscious awareness. This awakening doesn't mean running away from the world. It means seeing it more clearly. You start to notice that the people who irritate you are not enemies, but messengers, mirrors showing you the parts of yourself that still need healing. The situations that challenge you the most are not punishments, but sacred invitations to evolve. Every obstacle, every disappointment, and every heartbreak becomes a classroom for your soul. Spiritual awakening is not about perfection or denial. It is about integration. It is about bringing together all the forgotten parts of yourself, your light and your shadow, your strength and your vulnerability, and allowing them to coexist in harmony. When you integrate what you once rejected, you become whole, and from that wholeness comes true freedom. You no longer try to fix others or control circumstances, because you realize that the external world only mirrors your inner state. When you heal the conflict within, peace begins to show up in your reality. When you elevate your thoughts, life responds with greater opportunities. And when you forgive yourself, the world begins to soften around you. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, understanding that your life is not a punishment, but a reflection, not a burden, but a mirror of your inner evolution. As your awareness expands, suffering turns into understanding, fear turns into faith, and resistance turns into acceptance. You begin to live from a state of quiet power, knowing that every experience is guiding you home to your true self. So instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What part of me is asking to be seen?" That question is the key that ends the search. The moment your mind stops fighting life and your soul starts awakening. You were never meant to fix the movie. You were meant to become aware that you are the light projecting it. And once that truth sinks in, everything outside you begins to align with the peace within you. 5. The self beyond projection. Beneath the surface of your thoughts and emotions lies something deeper, something untouched by all the noise of the self. It's the silent awareness behind every thought, every feeling, every experience. This is what Carl Jung called the true center of being. You've spent so much of your life identifying with the chaos, your worries, your fears, your failures, believing they define you. But they don't. You are not your problems. You are the consciousness that perceives them. When you finally understand this, a door opens a door to real spirituality and spiritual growth. Because growth begins the moment you stop trying to fix what you think is broken, and instead recognize the one who is watching, the presence within that was never broken to begin with. Think about how often you've said, "I am anxious," or "I am lost." What if you saw anxiety as something happening in your awareness, rather than something you are? When you detach from the story your mind tells and rest in the awareness behind it, you stop drowning in the storm and realize you were the ocean all along. Individuation, the process Jung described, is not about becoming perfect or enlightened in some distant way. It's about shifting identity from ego to self, from the character in the movie to the one watching it unfold. The ego loves control, validation, and drama, but the self only observes with compassion and truth. The ego says, "I must win," while the self whispers, "I am already whole." The real journey of spiritual awakening is learning to live from that self instead of reacting from the ego. When anger rises, the ego shouts, "Defend yourself." But the self sees pain asking for understanding. When sadness visits, the ego says, "Something is wrong." but the self gently says, something is healing. You begin to notice how life changes when you stop over-identifying with every emotion. The noise of the mind quiets, not because you've silenced it, but because you've stopped believing it's all of who you are. Awareness becomes your refuge, the quiet observer that never leaves, no matter how much your outer life shifts. The ego fears surrender, yet surrender is not defeat. It's the discovery that you were never separate in the first place. You can still play your roles, work, love, and create, but now from a place of presence rather than performance. The character keeps living, but the witness guides the way. Every challenge becomes a mirror that reflects where the ego still clings. Every irritation becomes an opportunity to practice awareness. You see, spirituality isn't about escaping reality, but embracing it with deeper consciousness. You begin to act not from reaction, but from recognition that every emotion, thought, and experience is just energy passing through awareness, not an identity to protect. This shift changes everything. Relationships soften because you no longer need to prove who you are. Creativity expands because you're not trapped in self-doubt. Decision-making becomes effortless because you trust the silent intelligence that arises from stillness. This is the sacred movement Jung spoke of, individuation, the merging of opposites into wholeness. It's not a theory, it's a lived transformation. Each time you return to awareness instead of reaction, you step out of the illusion of the ego and into the reality of the self. So remember this truth whenever life feels heavy. You are not the storm. You are the sky watching it. You are not the noise. You are the silence that hears it. You are not the pain. You are the presence that contains it. That awareness, untouched and infinite, is your true nature. And when you live from it, your spirituality is no longer something to chase. It becomes your natural state of being. Spiritual growth, then, is not about adding anything new, but removing what was never truly you. And in that recognition lies freedom, the kind that ends the search and begins real peace. 6. Living consciously. Living consciously, as Carl Jung revealed, is about awakening to the truth that everything in your life, every event, every emotion, every person is a reflection of your inner world. Nothing is random. Life itself speaks to you through the language of symbols and experiences. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. These words from Jung are not mere philosophy. They are a spiritual mirror. The moment you start to see that everything happening outside of you is connected to something within you, the entire structure of your life begins to shift. You are no longer a victim of circumstances. You become a conscious participant in the unfolding of your own reality. Every coincidence, every reaction, every dream becomes a message from the depths of your unconscious, guiding you toward greater awareness and wholeness. When emotions like anger, jealousy, or fear rise to the surface, the unconscious is speaking. Yet instead of observing, most people rush to fix what they feel, believing that healing means control. But Carl Jung taught that projection is not meant to be fixed. It's meant to be seen. The moment you try to fix, you separate yourself from your own truth. But when you simply observe, without judgment, transformation begins. Observation is awareness in its purest form. It's not resistance, it's recognition. Jung once said, "What you resist persists." The energy you push away doesn't disappear. It hides in the shadows, waiting for your acknowledgement. When you watch your emotions with awareness instead of fear, they begin to unravel. The shadow reveals its purpose, and pain turns into understanding. Even the smallest shifts in language can open profound doors of consciousness. When you say, "I am anxious," you fuse your identity with the emotion. You become the anxiety. But when you say, "Anxiety is moving through me," you step into the observer's seat and you become aware of yourself. This subtle difference in speech represents a massive psychological awakening. It reminds you that emotions are visitors, not permanent residents. You are not what moves through you. You are the space that allows movement. That awareness is the essence of what Jung called individuation, the sacred process of uniting the conscious and the unconscious, of remembering that the self is both light and shadow. Spiritual wisdom begins where judgment ends. To live consciously is to walk through life as both student and witness, to allow every experience to reveal something sacred about who you are. The next time you are triggered, pause and listen. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What is this showing me about myself?" That single question transforms your relationship with life. The external world no longer feels like chaos. It becomes divine conversation. You begin to see that the universe doesn't punish. It teaches. Each moment is a mirror reflecting your inner state, asking you to wake up a little more. Carl Jung's timeless teaching reminds you that true change happens within. The outer world is a projection of the inner one, and every time you choose awareness over reaction, presence over judgment, you rewrite the script of your destiny. When you understand that life is not something happening to you, but through you, you awaken to a profound truth that consciousness itself is the bridge between the seen and unseen, the finite and infinite. Living consciously doesn't mean controlling everything. It means witnessing everything as part of your evolution. It means realizing that every emotion, every person, every challenge is not an obstacle. It's a message from your soul, gently guiding you home. And remember, Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens." The real search was never out there. It was always within you. Let this message be a reminder that your inner world creates your outer experience, and every step towards self-awareness brings you closer to peace, purpose, and truth. If this video has touched something deep within you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos that continue exploring the depths of the human soul and the mysteries of consciousness. Until next time, keep growing, keep awakening, and keep listening to the wisdom within. Your aura is too powerful for most people to handle. Your energy introduces you before you even speak. There's a reason some people feel uneasy around your calm confidence. Your aura speaks a language few can understand. In this video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore why your energy has such a powerful impact on those around you, and how Carl Jung's insights explain this magnetic presence. As you listen, reflect on how your aura shapes your daily interactions. Do you dim your light to make others comfortable? Or do you stand fully in your truth? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's dive together into the psychology and spirituality behind your radiant energy. 1. Your presence shifts energy without words. When your aura is powerful, you don't have to announce it speaks before you do. The energy you carry silently shifts the atmosphere. People feel it in their chest, even if they can't explain it. It's the calm assurance in your eyes, the quiet strength in your presence, and the peace that follows you into every room. This is what true spirituality looks like. Not noise, not performance, but an alignment so deep that the world around you adjusts to your vibration. You don't seek attention, yet attention naturally finds you, because the frequency of truth cannot be ignored. People sense your depth, your clarity, and your authenticity. And for those who wear masks to survive, who hide behind false confidence or shallow validation, your energy feels like a mirror they didn't ask for. They see in you what they've been avoiding within themselves. Carl Jung said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." Your presence does exactly that. It exposes what's hidden and reveals what's unhealed. That's why some are drawn to you while others distance themselves. It isn't personal. It's an energetic truth. When you are in alignment with your soul, your aura becomes a force of spiritual awakening. It no longer conforms to the noise of the world, but vibrates in harmony with your higher self. You've learned that power doesn't come from being loud. It comes from being whole. And wholeness radiates. You can stand in silence and still command the space, not because of dominance, but because your energy is settled, grounded, and pure. Those who have not yet met their own light will find yours overwhelming. They may call it arrogance, indifference, or mystery, but it's simply coherence. Spirituality at its core is about embodiment, walking as peace, breathing as truth, existing as balance. You no longer chase validation or approval because your energy already speaks the language of confidence and self-respect. Your boundaries become sacred, your silence becomes powerful, and your presence becomes medicine. You heal not through fixing others, but through reminding them of what real alignment feels like. Still, this kind of aura carries a weight. Not everyone can handle it. Some will project their fears onto you, misread your calmness as distance, or mistake your depth for darkness. But this is part of the path of spiritual awakening learning, to remain open without absorbing, to stay compassionate without shrinking. Your energy no longer seeks to please, it seeks to be. You've evolved from trying to belong to realizing you already are part of something larger, divine, and eternal. As you continue to embody this truth, your aura attracts only what matches its frequency. The chaos falls away, the noise fades, and what remains is peace. A peace so strong it unsettles the unhealed. You've become the still point in a spinning world. Without words, Your energy teaches others what authenticity feels like. You don't convince. You radiate. You don't perform. You are. And that is the silent revolution of a soul in alignment with the power to shift the world around you simply by existing as your truest self. If your aura can shift energy the moment you walk into a room, this message is for you. Your presence alone speaks volumes, no words needed. So, if you're ready to embrace this powerful truth within yourself, comment below, "I radiate energy," and let the world feel your light. 2. You are a mirror of truth and integrity. When your aura carries truth, integrity, and emotional depth, you become a mirror that reflects the hidden parts of the people around you. Your energy doesn't just fill a room, it transforms it. Without saying a word, you awaken something inside others, something they often avoid seeing. You don't trigger people on purpose. It's simply that your grounded, authentic presence exposes what they've buried: insecurities, fears, and unresolved wounds they've tried to hide beneath masks and false confidence. To those who live disconnected from their true selves, your energy feels intimidating because it vibrates at a frequency they haven't yet reached. But what feels like confrontation is, in truth, the beginning of healing. Your presence reminds people of what they've forgotten: their own light, their own alignment, their own lost integrity. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Your aura does exactly that. It makes the unconscious visible. It reveals the truth others try to suppress. And though this can cause discomfort, it is a sacred form of spiritual development. This is the power of spirituality in motion. You heal simply by being who you are. You carry a vibration that doesn't need explanation. It simply reveals. People sense your clarity, and without realizing it, they start to see where their lives are out of harmony. Some will feel drawn to you, inspired to rise higher. Others will pull away, unable to face the reflection your energy holds up to them. You might notice how certain people grow restless around you, not because you've said or done anything wrong, but because your truth disrupts their illusion. In a world where many choose comfort over consciousness, authenticity becomes revolutionary. Your light doesn't just shine, it exposes, and in doing so, it liberates. Those who aren't ready for that freedom may resist you, misunderstand you, or even project their fears onto you. But your role isn't to convince or comfort. It's to embody the vibration of truth so purely that it naturally separates what is aligned from what isn't. This is how the universe uses you as a vessel of awakening. Your aura carries a frequency that cannot be faked. It's not about being perfect or positive all the time. It's about being real. Spirituality does not escape its embodiment. The more you stay anchored in your truth, the more your energy refines itself. You attract those who match your integrity and repel those who cannot yet meet you there. This is not rejection. It's energetic protection. It's how the divine preserves your peace and keeps your path clear for what truly belongs to you. So when others seem uncomfortable in your presence, understand that it's not personal, it's energetic. You are a catalyst for transformation. You remind others of what it means to live in alignment with their own soul. Your energy doesn't seek approval, it seeks resonance. And the lesson in all this is simple. Keep standing in your truth, because that is the highest form of spiritual development. Your aura is not too much. It's medicine for a world that has forgotten how to feel, how to be honest, and how to be whole. Before we dive into the third truth, take a moment to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and join our growing community of conscious souls. Your support helps us continue sharing insights from Carl Jung and timeless spiritual wisdom. Don't forget to like this video so you never miss the guidance you need to protect your energy and set healthy boundaries without guilt. 3. You set boundaries without guilt. You've reached a point in your spiritual awakening where peace has become your priority and guilt no longer has power over you. You've learned that saying no isn't cruelty, it's clarity. You no longer overgive to prove your worth, over-explain to gain acceptance, or carry the weight of other people's emotions as your responsibility. This is self-respect in its highest form, and as Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. You've stopped abandoning yourself to be liked, and instead, you honor your truth even when it's misunderstood. That shift is not ego, it's alignment. Boundaries are not walls built out of fear. They are bridges made of respect. They define where your energy ends and another's begins, allowing relationships to exist in honesty rather than obligation. When you stopped apologizing for protecting your peace, you also stopped allowing people to take advantage of your softness. Some may call you distant or cold now, but you've simply learned the sacred art of conserving your energy. Your silence is no longer emptiness, it's power. Your refusal to overextend is not arrogance, it's wisdom. This is what spiritual wisdom truly means, understanding that love without boundaries is self-betrayal. As you stand firm in your truth, those who once thrived on your compliance may resist your evolution. They might project their discomfort onto you, mistaking your self-assurance for pride. But the truth is, your boundaries mirror back what others refuse to face within themselves. Their need for control, their fear of rejection, their discomfort with authenticity. You've stopped soothing others' insecurities at the expense of your own soul, and that shift creates a frequency only those in alignment with your energy can handle. Carl Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." You've made the unconscious conscious. You now see that guilt was a tool of conditioning, not compassion. The more you heal, the less you tolerate anything that disturbs your inner calm. You say no when your spirit says no, and yes only when your heart is truly in it. You've learned that boundaries are not rejection, they are protection. They are a language of self-love spoken without words, a vibration that tells the universe, "I am ready to live in truth." Those who can't meet you in that truth may fall away, but that is divine design. The people meant for your journey will not be intimidated by your peace. They will be inspired by it. They will recognize that your calm is not detachment, but deep presence, the result of mastering your own energy. You no longer chase understanding from others. You embody it within yourself. And in that quiet confidence, your aura becomes unmistakable, steady, luminous, untouchable. You radiate the kind of strength that can't be faked, the serenity that comes from walking in alignment with your highest self. This is the beauty of your evolution. You've learned to protect your peace, honor your truth, and love without losing yourself. And that, in itself, is the purest expression of spiritual wisdom. 4. You radiate calm confidence and authentic power. You no longer chase approval or bend yourself to fit into someone else's expectations because your confidence no longer depends on validation. It radiates from within. You have cultivated emotional maturity, and that quiet steadiness is magnetic. You don't need to prove your worth or compete for attention because your energy already speaks for you. You process emotions rather than project them, transmute pain into wisdom, and hold peace even when others crumble in chaos. Those who depend on drama or emotional turbulence to feel alive are often unsettled by your calmness. They mistake your silence for coldness, your boundaries for arrogance, and your detachment for superiority, not realizing that what they feel is their own insecurity reflected back at them through your stillness. Your calm presence becomes a mirror, one that exposes hidden wounds and forces others to face themselves, something many aren't ready to do. Your energy no longer seeks to dominate, it harmonizes. You've learned that real strength doesn't shout, it simply exists, unbothered, self-contained, grounded in truth. This is emotional wisdom at its highest form, the ability to feel deeply without being consumed, to love without losing yourself, and to stay soft in a world that tests your patience daily. You walk through life carrying this serenity, and people feel it before you speak. It's not that you are better, it's that you are balanced. You have made peace with your shadows, and that balance radiates outward as a magnetic field of spiritual clarity. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." You have done exactly that. You've met your inner world, and in doing so, transform the way the outer world responds to you. In the realm of spirituality, this is the mark of awakening. When you no longer need external noise to validate your existence, when you find comfort in your solitude, and when your emotions flow without resistance, your aura expands in power and purity. You are no longer reactive, but responsive. You no longer absorb other people's chaos. You transmute it. Your presence becomes a sanctuary, one that stabilizes, heals, and awakens. Some are drawn to your energy, craving the peace you carry, while others recoil because they feel seen, not through words, but through vibration. You embody a stillness that many fear because it demands authenticity. Your calm confidence doesn't mean indifference, it means alignment. You've realized that peace is not found in controlling others, but in mastering yourself. You have learned to stay centered when others lose balance, to listen when others defend, and to release rather than resist. This quiet power is what makes your aura so potent. It reflects truth, not illusion, and truth can be uncomfortable. Yet that's the essence of spiritual awakening. The deeper you go within, the more powerful your energy becomes. You no longer seek to change the world by force. You change it simply by being who you are. Your presence is enough. Your silence speaks, and your calmness heals. This is not weakness. It is mastery. The kind that only comes from walking through your inner storms and emerging with unshakable peace. Don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on radiating calm confidence and authentic power, because true strength begins within. 5. You see beyond masks and superficiality. You were never meant to live on the surface. Your soul was wired for depth, truth, and spiritual development. While others may be content with appearances, you see through the masks that people wear. You notice the tremor in a voice, the flicker of doubt behind a smile, the heaviness that words can't hide. You read energy, not language. It's not that you're trying to expose people. It's that your aura, charged with authenticity, naturally brings truth to the surface. You don't chase illusions or settle for half-truths. You are drawn to what is real, to what feels alive. And that makes your energy magnetic, yet intimidating, to those who have built their lives around false confidence and denial. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This is exactly what your presence does to others. It brings their unconscious to light. When you enter a room, people sense something different. They may not know why, but they feel it in their body. The weight of their own unspoken emotions, the echo of their own hidden pain. Your aura doesn't just vibrate, it reflects. You are a mirror, and mirrors can be both beautiful and uncomfortable. Those who are ready to grow will feel seen and inspired by you, but those who are still hiding from themselves may feel exposed. Yet that discomfort is part of their awakening, triggered by your energy. Your spiritual wisdom acts like light. It doesn't judge the darkness, it simply reveals it. This deep awareness is both a gift and a test. You feel things intensely. You can sense when someone's laughter hides sorrow, or when confidence masks insecurity. It can be exhausting to feel so much, to perceive what others can't or won't admit. But this sensitivity is part of your spiritual awakening. It's how your soul navigates truth. In a world obsessed with pretending, you are one of the few who refuse to play the game. You crave genuine connection, conversations that nourish the spirit, and relationships that feed your soul rather than drain it. That's why many misunderstand you. They mistake your calm presence for coldness, your discernment for distance. But you are not distant. You are simply selective with where your energy flows. Your aura holds a frequency of alignment. You've learned that not every space deserves your light, and not every person can handle your depth. When you choose truth over comfort, you naturally disturb what is false. Some will feel drawn to your energy, craving the honesty they see in you. Others will resist it, afraid of what they might uncover within themselves. But you no longer need their validation. You've learned that authenticity is your real power. Your peace comes from alignment, not approval. Every time you stay true to yourself, your aura grows stronger, clearer, and more radiant. To see beyond masks is not a burden. It's a sacred responsibility. It asks you to stay compassionate but grounded, open-hearted but discerning. You cannot save everyone, and you are not meant to. Your presence alone awakens something dormant in others. You are here to remind people, without even speaking, that truth is the highest form of love. Your spiritual development has made you a beacon of clarity in a noisy world, a quiet force that reminds others that depth is not a weakness, but the essence of who we truly are, beneath all the layers. Comment below. I see beyond illusions. If you're someone who looks deeper than appearances and recognizes truth beneath the surface. 6. You choose alignment over approval. You've stopped chasing approval because somewhere deep inside, you realize that peace feels better than being liked. You no longer crave validation or understanding from others because your sense of purpose has become louder than their opinions. You've chosen alignment over acceptance, truth over comfort, and authenticity over performance. People who once admired your compliance may now call you too much or too intense. But what they're really saying is that they can no longer control or define you. You've outgrown the fragile spaces where you once shrank to make others feel comfortable. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And you are now living that truth, not by seeking attention, but by standing unapologetically in your own light. When you live in alignment, your aura becomes magnetic because it carries coherence. You are no longer fragmented or conflicted within yourself. Your yes means yes, and your no means no. And that level of clarity terrifies people who still live in self-betrayal. They feel your energy before you speak. They sense the weight of your presence and the silence of your authenticity. You've learned that peace is not found in pleasing others, but in remaining faithful to your soul's direction. What they call arrogance is simply your refusal to perform. What they call rebellion is simply your devotion to truth. This is what spiritual wisdom teaches, that alignment is the highest form of love for truth, for integrity, and for your own evolution. Carl Jung believed that when the conscious and unconscious parts of ourselves unite, we radiate a wholeness that others can feel. That's why your aura is powerful. It doesn't come from trying to be anything. It comes from finally being everything you are. You've shed the need to explain yourself, to justify your depth, to prove your worth. You've stopped dimming your light to protect other people's insecurities. Instead, you stand still, anchored in your own knowing, letting your energy speak for you. And that energy, calm, grounded, unbending, shifts every room you enter. Some are drawn to it, while others are unsettled by it, because your presence mirrors their own disconnection. You no longer take it personally. You understand that not everyone can meet you where you are, and that's okay. You're no longer chasing connection. You're cultivating resonance. You attract only what aligns with your vibration and release what disturbs your peace. You no longer explain why you've changed, because you finally understand that growth requires distance from what keeps you small. Your alignment has become your protection. Your truth has become your compass. And your energy, once spent on proving yourself, is now directed inward toward becoming, healing, and creating. You've chosen the quiet power of self-respect over the temporary comfort of approval. You've chosen to live as you are, not as others expect you to be. That is why your aura feels so powerful. It is the aura of someone who has remembered who they are and no longer needs permission to be free. To affirm your devotion to truth over validation, take a moment to declare it. Comment below. I choose alignment over approval. And let your words be a reflection of your inner strength. When your aura is powerful, it's not about arrogance or superiority. It's about authenticity, alignment, and truth. Remember, not everyone is meant to understand your energy, because light will always expose what hides in the dark. So, keep walking in your truth and let your presence speak louder than words. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our next video on awakening and transformation. 10 psychological rituals that will awaken your hidden power. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever met someone who isn't the richest, the most talented, or the most famous, yet their very presence feels magnetic, calm, clear, and grounded. That energy doesn't come from luck. It comes from inner work. Jung believed that true power isn't about controlling the outer world, but understanding the inner one. In this video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 10 psychological rituals that awaken your hidden potential, not to make you better, but to make you truer. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own daily habits. Which of these practices could help you live with more presence, peace, and authenticity? Share your thoughts in the comments, because sometimes one conscious shift within can quietly transform your entire world. 1. Self-observation instead of auto-reaction. Most people live their entire lives unconsciously, reacting rather than choosing. They are caught in a loop of automatic behaviors, repeating the same emotional responses again and again, without realizing that every reaction drains their power. Carl Jung taught that true awareness begins the moment you observe yourself before you react. That tiny pause between what happens and how you respond is where your freedom lives. It's not just a moment, it's a portal. Within that silence, you awaken the power to choose understanding over anger, calm over chaos, and consciousness over compulsion. This is the first step of spiritual awakening, learning to witness rather than to react. When you start observing your emotions instead of being ruled by them, you begin to see their hidden patterns. You notice how quickly irritation rises, how easily you feel defensive, how your body tightens when you feel misunderstood. But instead of identifying with those emotions, you become the watcher, the one who sees without judging. That act alone shifts everything. Observation is not suppression. It's awareness infused with compassion. When you simply allow your emotions to exist without resistance, they reveal their roots. Anger often hides pain. Fear often masks vulnerability. Sadness often signals a deeper truth you've been avoiding. Through gentle awareness, these emotions transform from enemies into teachers. Jung's great insight was that everything we refuse to see in ourselves becomes the unconscious force directing our lives. By observing our inner world, we bring light into those shadowed corners of the psyche. This is not easy. It demands courage, honesty, and patience. Yet each time you pause before reacting, you reclaim your energy from the unconscious. You stop feeding the patterns that keep you stuck. That pause, that single breath before you speak or act, is the moment your soul takes back control from the ego. And in that instant, you are no longer a prisoner of your emotions. You are their master. Self-observation is the daily ritual that strengthens spiritual wisdom. It is a practice of remembering that you are not your anger, not your fear, not your insecurity. You are the awareness behind them. This awareness doesn't seek to destroy emotions, but to understand them. When someone provokes you, the old self wants to strike back, to prove its worth. But the awakened self sees the situation for what it is, a mirror reflecting an unhealed wound. Instead of reacting, you breathe, you observe, you choose peace. Slowly, you realize that no one can truly disturb your inner harmony unless you give them permission. Each moment of awareness is an act of freedom. Every time you pause and witness rather than react, you expand your consciousness. Life becomes less about controlling external events and more about mastering your inner energy. This is where true spirituality begins, not in escaping the world, but in engaging with it consciously. To observe yourself without judgment is to walk the path of healing. It is to transform reaction into wisdom, emotion into energy, and confusion into clarity. That is how spiritual awakening unfolds quietly, moment by moment, within the sacred pause where consciousness is born. Have you ever truly practiced self-observation instead of reacting on autopilot? If you have, share your experience in the comments below. Your story might inspire someone's spiritual awakening. If not, comment, "I will begin observing myself," and take the first step toward unlocking your hidden power through spiritual wisdom. 2. Balancing, doing, and being. Society worships action, achievement, and productivity. But the truth is, your soul doesn't evolve through constant doing, it awakens through stillness. You've been taught that slowing down means falling behind, yet in reality, silence is where your deepest form of spirituality and spiritual development begins. When you pause the endless motion and simply allow yourself to be, you reconnect with your intuition, that quiet inner compass that speaks softly beneath the noise of the world. The more you chase external validation, the further you drift from the sacred language of your soul. But when you surrender to stillness, your energy recalibrates, your emotions settle, and clarity rises like dawn after a long storm. In this sacred stillness, you begin to see that busyness is not strength, it's distraction. Constant movement clouds your intuition and scatters your energy, while silence gathers it. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." The moment you stop trying to control everything and simply observe, your awareness expands. You start to feel the subtle rhythm of your being, the divine pulse beneath your thoughts. It's in this quiet awareness that real transformation happens, not through struggle, but through surrender. The soul doesn't need more noise. It needs your attention. And when you give it that attention, your inner world begins to harmonize, guiding your outer life with grace and precision. Silence is not emptiness, it's presence. It's the space where your consciousness and your soul meet and communicate. When you create moments of stillness, whether through mindful breathing, meditation, or sitting quietly in nature, you begin to bridge the gap between doing and being. You realize that doing without being is mechanical, but being without doing is divine alignment. From this balance, your actions become more intentional, flowing naturally from inner peace rather than external pressure. Stillness doesn't take you away from life, it roots you deeper in it. And in that depth, you discover your hidden power, the quiet, unwavering strength that doesn't shout but radiates. You no longer act out of fear or hurry. You move from calm awareness. This is the secret of all spiritual masters. They know that power is not in force, but in flow. The more you align with your inner silence, the more you realize that life is not something to be chased, it's something to be attuned to. Every moment of pause becomes an act of alignment. Every breath a bridge between heaven and earth, between your human self and your higher consciousness. In learning to balance doing and being, you begin to live from the center of your soul, not the edge of your anxiety. You act, but your action is conscious. You rest, but your rest is purposeful. This is the art of spiritual development, where stillness becomes your teacher, silence becomes your healer, and being becomes your truest form of power. 3. Cultivating inner honesty. Stillness is not merely the absence of noise, it is the mirror of your soul, where everything you've been avoiding rises to the surface. Your fears, your insecurities, your hidden wounds. It is in those quiet spaces that the shadows you've long suppressed begin to speak. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." His words remind us that true growth doesn't come from pretending to be positive all the time, but from courageously facing the parts of ourselves we've kept buried. To cultivate inner honesty is to stand unflinchingly before your reflection and admit what you truly feel: jealousy, anger, pain, desire, and to do so without judgment. This is where healing begins, because the moment you acknowledge your truth, you stop fighting against yourself. The mind loves illusions. It loves to protect you with excuses, stories, and masks that help you fit into a world that demands perfection. But the cost of denial is authenticity. The cost of suppression is peace. Every time you ignore what you feel, your body remembers, your heart tightens, your energy dims. Honesty is not an act of weakness. It is the foundation of all spiritual wisdom. When you dare to see yourself clearly, you step out of the fog of self-deception and into the light of awareness. You no longer fear your darkness because you understand that your darkness holds your greatest potential. Every shadow is a lesson disguised as pain, waiting for your acceptance to transform it into power. Jealousy reveals your unfulfilled longing. Fear shows you where faith is missing. Pain teaches you how deeply you can love. This is the alchemy of consciousness, turning the raw, heavy emotions of your humanity into the gold of understanding. Jung believed that wholeness is achieved not by rejecting parts of ourselves, but by integrating them. You cannot heal what you refuse to feel, and you cannot transform what you will not face. To look within is to uncover the architecture of your psyche, to meet the hidden child, the wounded lover, the silent warrior, and to embrace them all as sacred. This is not a journey of perfection, but of honesty, where every truth accepted becomes another step toward freedom. As you practice this ritual of self-honesty, you begin to see that the shadow is not your enemy, but your teacher. It reveals the blind spots in your mind and the hidden motives in your heart. It shows you why you react, why you fear, why you cling. And with every layer you uncover, you reclaim a fragment of your power. In that reclamation lies transformation. Inner honesty turns your pain into wisdom, your resistance into surrender, and your fear into fuel. When you can sit in silence with your truth and not flinch, when you can face your inner storms and still choose peace, you awaken something ancient and indestructible within you. That is the essence of Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom, the understanding that to awaken your hidden power, you must first walk through your own darkness and make it conscious. For only then can the light truly belong to you. If this message resonated with you, declare it boldly in the comments. I choose inner honesty and spiritual growth. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights inspired by Carl Jung's timeless teachings. 4. Protecting your energetic boundaries. Not every heaviness you carry belongs to you. Much of what weighs on your spirit may be the energy of others' unspoken fears, expectations, and emotional residue that have quietly settled within your field. Carl Jung warned that when you become entangled in the energy of others, your own soul begins to dim. Protecting your energy does not mean building walls. or isolating yourself from life. It means learning to stay centered in your truth, even as the world swirls around you. It means realizing that not everything you feel is yours to heal, and not every storm requires your participation. When you protect your energetic boundaries, you preserve your inner light so you can give from fullness, not depletion. You are no longer reacting to life. You are responding with awareness, grace, and power. Your energy is sacred. It is the essence of your vitality, intuition, and connection to the divine. Think of it as a flame, steady, radiant, and alive. Every time you allow negativity, guilt, or the emotions of others to infiltrate your space, that flame flickers. Jung believed that the soul loses its clarity when it identifies with everything around it. Protecting your energy, therefore, is an act of spiritual awakening. It is the process of reclaiming your essence from the noise of the collective. It's about remembering that your empathy is a gift, not a burden, and that you can be compassionate without being consumed. By observing what drains you and what nourishes you, you begin to master the subtle art of energetic discernment. You start to notice how certain people, conversations, or environments either raise your vibration or pull it down. And with each realization, you step deeper into spiritual wisdom, choosing peace over chaos, clarity over confusion. Boundaries are not barriers. They are the architecture of your inner sanctuary. They allow your spirit to breathe freely and your intuition to flourish. Protecting your energy might mean saying no to what feels misaligned, spending more time in solitude, or grounding yourself before and after social interactions. These are not acts of selfishness. They are acts of reverence for your soul. Jung's teachings remind us that individuation, the journey of becoming your truest self, requires protecting your psychic integrity. You cannot awaken to your highest potential if you are constantly entangled in the energetic debris of others. Your task is to stay rooted in your center while the world moves around you, to let your light expand without letting it scatter. When you learn to protect your energy, you become a calm presence in a chaotic world. You stop absorbing emotions that aren't yours and start radiating a frequency that heals without effort. Others will feel your strength, not because you are hard to reach, but because your spirit is whole. This is the heart of spirituality, to live open yet grounded, compassionate yet self-contained, loving yet sovereign. Protecting your energy is not withdrawal from life. It is participation from a place of power. It is the quiet confidence that allows you to serve, love, and create without losing yourself in the process. Through spiritual awakening, you realize that the more you honor your boundaries, the brighter your light becomes, and that light, once preserved, becomes the force that transforms everything it touches. 5. Practicing psychological discipline. Discipline is not about control. It is about inner harmony and alignment between your thoughts, emotions, and actions. When these three forces move together, you stop fighting yourself and start flowing with life. Discipline is the art of transforming chaos into clarity, resistance into rhythm, and fear into focus. It's not a harsh restriction, but rather a sacred structure that allows your energy to move freely and purposefully. Through small, consistent actions, waking up when you said you would, keeping your word, finishing what you start, you build an unshakable trust within yourself. Every time you honor a promise you've made to your own soul, You strengthen the bridge between your conscious and unconscious mind, which is the essence of spiritual development. As Carl Jung taught, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Discipline is what makes that illumination possible. When you live without discipline, your mind becomes a battlefield, filled with unfinished intentions and scattered emotions. But once you learn to guide your energy with precision, your thoughts gain clarity, your emotions find calm, and your actions carry power. You begin to notice that discipline doesn't confine you. It liberates you. It allows you to direct your energy toward creation rather than conflict. You stop seeking instant pleasure and begin to cultivate lasting peace. Every act of self-discipline becomes a quiet declaration that you are no longer at the mercy of external chaos, but guided by internal order. This is how discipline becomes a form of spirituality, a devotion to the highest part of yourself. The more you practice, the more subtle shifts you'll notice. Confusion turns into focus. Hesitation becomes confidence, and procrastination transforms into purpose. You stop reacting to life and start responding with awareness. Emotional storms lose their grip on you because you've learned to pause, breathe, and observe instead of getting lost in them. Discipline teaches you to harness emotion instead of being ruled by it, to turn impulse into insight and desire into direction. It refines your consciousness like fire purifying gold, burning away what's false and revealing what's real. Through discipline, your mind stops being a restless wanderer and becomes a devoted servant to your higher calling. True freedom doesn't come from doing whatever you want. It comes from doing what aligns with your soul, even when it's difficult. Each time you choose consistency over comfort, honesty over avoidance, and purpose over distraction, you awaken a deeper layer of strength. Discipline is how the ordinary becomes sacred, how a simple daily choice turns into spiritual evolution. It transforms repetition into ritual, effort into embodiment, and willpower into wisdom. The more you align your mind, heart, and actions, the more you experience inner peace, the quiet power that allows your consciousness to rise above fear. This is the hidden power within you, not to control, but to align, not to suppress, but to transcend. Through discipline, spirituality becomes practical, and spiritual development becomes your way of living. If this message resonates with you, remember to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on spiritual awakening and self-mastery. Comment below, "I choose discipline over distraction," and let's grow stronger together on this journey of inner power. 6. Acceptance of paradox. Real spiritual wisdom is born when you dare to embrace paradox, the union of light and darkness, of power and fragility, of love and fear. Carl Jung once said, "Only the paradox comes anywhere near to comprehending the fullness of life." What he meant is that true understanding never comes from choosing one side of your nature while rejecting the other, but from learning to integrate both. When you deny your anger to appear peaceful, or suppress your sorrow to look strong, you split yourself in two. But when you begin to honor all parts of yourself, the calm and the chaos, the confidence and the insecure, you start to heal the silent war inside your soul. In doing so, you begin to feel the harmony that arises not from control, but from acceptance. You see, life itself is made of contradictions. There is no sunrise without night, no courage without fear, no transformation without pain. When you reject darkness, you also reject half of your strength, because even the shadow serves a sacred purpose. Jung believed that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. So, when you dare to look into your fears without shame, you don't become weaker, you become whole. The more you allow both joy and sorrow to shape you, the more you begin to understand that every emotion is a thread in the tapestry of your soul. To live with spiritual wisdom means to walk gently between opposites, to cry and still be grateful, to fall and still rise, to doubt and still have faith. Wholeness is not about purity or perfection. It's about integration. Every time you allow your heart to break open, you make room for deeper light to enter. Every time you accept your contradictions, your energy becomes more aligned, balanced, and powerful. That is where your hidden strength lies, not in being one thing, but in being everything you truly are. 7. Soul work in the ordinary. The sacred hides in the rhythm of your daily life in brewing tea, walking, writing, listening. When you begin to see through the eyes of spirituality, you realize that spiritual awakening is not about reaching for something far beyond you, but about descending fully into the present moment. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." This truth reminds you that your hidden power does not awaken in rare moments of enlightenment, but in your willingness to meet the ordinary with divine attention. When you pour your tea slowly, feel its warmth, and watch the steam rise, you are practicing devotion without even knowing it. When you walk and feel the earth beneath your feet, each step becomes a silent prayer of connection. When you write, you are conversing with the unseen part of your soul. When you listen, you become the space where love itself can be heard. These simple moments, once overlooked, are in fact sacred rituals, bridges between your humanity and your divinity. Greatness is not born from extraordinary moments. It is born from doing small things with great love. As you cultivate mindful presence, life stops feeling like a race and begins to unfold as a living meditation. The act of washing your hands becomes a renewal of energy. Cooking becomes a ceremony of gratitude, and even breathing becomes an affirmation that you are one with the universe. The divine is not waiting in the distant heavens. It is breathing through every heartbeat, watching through your eyes, and moving through your touch. Every small act done with awareness transforms the ordinary into the miraculous. That is the essence of soul work, to meet each moment as sacred, to live as though the divine were present in every grain of sand, every drop of water, every second of silence. When you live this way, life itself becomes your temple. Each movement, each gesture, each word becomes a prayer whispered into eternity. You no longer need to chase enlightenment, because awareness itself becomes your path. Every thought aligned with love purifies your energy. Every act performed consciously raises your vibration, and every moment of stillness reconnects you with your higher self. This is where true spiritual awakening begins, not in escape, but in embodiment. You start to realize that the universe was never apart from you. It was always speaking through you, waiting for you to listen. The magic of life is not hidden. It only reveals itself when you slow down enough to see. The sacred was never missing. It was only waiting for your eyes to open. And when they do, you understand that every breath, every sound, and every silence is a holy conversation between your soul and the divine. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on transforming everyday moments into sacred rituals of growth and awakening. 8. Listening to symbols and synchronicities. Life constantly communicates with you through dreams, symbols, and coincidences that seem too precise to be accidents. Carl Jung called this synchronicity a meaningful alignment between your inner and outer worlds. It is the universe's way of mirroring your state of consciousness and guiding your spiritual development. Every time a number repeats, a song plays at the right moment, or someone's words echo your private thoughts, it's as if life itself is speaking directly to your soul. These moments are not random. They are the whispers of divine order woven through ordinary events, nudging you toward deeper self-awareness. The symbols that appear in your path are not meant to confuse you, but to awaken you. They are a bridge between the conscious and the unconscious mind, inviting you to explore what lies beneath the surface of your everyday reality. When you start paying attention to these subtle signs, you awaken a new kind of perception, a language of the soul that cannot be translated through logic alone. Jung once said, "The dream is the small hidden door in the deepest and most intimate sanctum of the soul. Through that door, your unconscious reveals what your conscious mind cannot yet see. A recurring dream, an image that won't leave your thoughts, or even an unexpected encounter might hold clues to your growth. Symbols often reflect your emotional landscape. Water can represent cleansing or renewal. Mountains can symbolize challenges that strengthen your spirit, and flight may express a deep desire for freedom. When you learn to interpret these symbols, you are no longer blind to the dialogue between your psyche and the universe. You begin to live consciously, seeing spirituality not as something distant or abstract, but as an ever-present conversation between your soul and existence itself. Listening to symbols requires sensitivity and trust. You must resist the urge to dismiss coincidences as meaningless. Instead, pause and ask, what is this trying to tell me? Repetition is one of the universe's favorite teachers. When a symbol appears again and again, it is calling for your attention. These are the moments when the veil between the conscious and unconscious becomes thin. You feel guided, connected, and supported by an invisible intelligence that transcends logic. Each event becomes a mirror reflecting a hidden part of yourself that longs to be understood. This process is the essence of spiritual development. It transforms random experiences into sacred messages, pain into wisdom, and confusion into awareness. As you continue to honor these synchronicities, life begins to reveal its pattern. Every experience, whether joyful or painful, carries meaning. Jung taught, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. The key is to listen deeply, not with your ears, but with your awareness. When you learn to decode life symbols, you no longer feel like a victim of circumstance, but a co-creator in a divine pattern of evolution. Spirituality becomes an art of perception, a practice of seeing how every detail, every coincidence, and every dream is part of your unfolding story. The more you pay attention, the more the universe speaks, and you realize that life has always been guiding you. It's just that now you finally understand its language. 9. Practicing conscious gratitude. Gratitude shifts your vibration from ego to soul. It is not about ignoring pain, but about honoring every part of your journey. When you practice conscious gratitude, you awaken what Carl Jung called the deeper dimension of the self, the part of you that sees meaning in both joy and sorrow. Gratitude is not the denial of darkness. It is the light that makes sense of it. It heals the nervous system, softens your perception, and reminds you that even the hardest moments carry hidden wisdom. Each thank you whisper is like striking a match in the dark, a small flame that gradually illuminates the vastness of your inner world. You begin to see that life was never meant to be perfect. It was meant to be meaningful. And gratitude helps you remember that. When you thank life, not for what is comfortable, but for what is real, you shift from resistance to acceptance. This simple act opens your heart and calms your mind, aligning your energy with peace instead of struggle. Gratitude turns chaos into clarity because it rewires the way you see yourself and the world. It transforms every wound into a teacher, every loss into a lesson, every delay into divine timing. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And gratitude is the daily ritual that gently guides you toward that becoming. When you appreciate even the challenges, you reclaim your power from the external world and return it to your soul, where real transformation happens. True gratitude is psychological alchemy. It dissolves the boundaries between pain and growth, between what you hoped for and what you received. It allows you to see that everything has served your awakening in one way or another. Gratitude is the art of saying, "Thank you for shaping me," even when life has not gone according to your plans. The more you embody this awareness, the more your energy expands beyond fear and enters harmony with the universe. It is not an act of forced positivity, but a deep recognition that your life is unfolding with purpose. Every breath becomes sacred, every experience becomes a teacher, and every thank you becomes a prayer that lifts you closer to your soul. Through the eyes of gratitude, existence stops being random. It becomes a dialogue between your spirit and the infinite. To affirm your awareness of life's blessings and your readiness to rise in higher consciousness, declare it with gratitude. Comment below, "I am consciously grateful," to anchor this vibration of appreciation within you and inspire others to walk the same path of spiritual awakening. 10. Reconnection with nature. Nature mirrors the hidden architecture of your soul, calm, balanced, and whole. When you walk among trees or stand before a vast ocean, something ancient inside you begins to stir, as if the earth itself is reminding you of who you truly are. Carl Jung believed that nature was not just scenery, but a living symbol of the self, the totality of your being, where your conscious and unconscious meet. In nature's silence, your mind softens, your breath deepens, and your fragmented thoughts begin to align. You feel the pulse of life moving through everything, the trees breathing with you, the wind carrying away your heaviness, the sunlight returning warmth to places inside you that had long gone cold. In spirituality, reconnecting with nature is not about escape. It's about remembrance. It's about remembering that you are not separate from life, but a part of its eternal rhythm. When you walk barefoot on the ground, you are touching the same earth that holds the memory of every living being. The river that flows teaches you trust. It never doubts its direction. The trees teach patience, silently growing toward the light without competition. The mountain teaches you stillness, reminding you that true strength does not need to move to prove its power. Every element of nature carries wisdom that words cannot express. And when you learn to listen, that wisdom begins to shape your inner world. Jung often spoke about the soul's longing for harmony, and nature offers this lesson effortlessly. The forest never rushes, yet everything within it thrives in divine timing. The rain falls without hesitation, cleansing what must be renewed. The soil receives decay and turns it into nourishment. When you allow yourself to be present in these cycles, you begin to see that your own healing follows the same pattern. Pain breaks you open. Time softens the edges. Renewal follows naturally, just as spring follows winter. This is the quiet miracle of spiritual awakening, to understand that nature's rhythm is your rhythm, and that every season of your life serves a sacred purpose. The modern world, however, makes forgetting easy. Surrounded by noise, artificial light, and endless distractions, the human psyche drifts away from its natural roots. Yet the soul aches for stillness, for simplicity, for the sound of the wind instead of the hum of machines. When you step into nature, you return to your original home, the one that exists beyond identity, beyond judgment, beyond striving. You are no longer the observer of life. You become life itself. In that sacred union, humility replaces pride, presence replaces anxiety, and gratitude replaces desire. The forest becomes your church, the sky your cathedral, and every breath a silent prayer. As you remember your place in this great living system, peace emerges naturally. You begin to sense that everything is connected, that every leaf and wave and breath participates in the same dance of existence. The more you align with this truth, the more you dissolve the illusion of separation that keeps humanity divided from the soul of the world. To reconnect with nature is to reconnect with your own divine essence, to rediscover that spirituality is not found in escaping the earth, but in embracing it completely. When you remember that you are nature, the boundaries between you and the universe fade, and what remains is wholeness, the quiet, steady knowing that you have always belonged. In the end, Carl Jung reminded us that true power doesn't come from the outer world. It is born from self-awareness, reflection, and daily inner work. These 10 psychological rituals are not just habits. They are doorways to awakening the hidden energy within you, transforming ordinary moments into opportunities for growth and self-mastery. When you practice them with intention, your life begins to shift from confusion to clarity, from fear to inner strength. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that guide you toward deeper spirituality and self-realization. The hidden spiritual reason you're constantly thinking about someone. What you think, you become. What you feel, you attract. What you imagine, you create Buddha. Have you ever wondered why a certain person keeps appearing in your thoughts, no matter how much you try to move on? Perhaps it isn't just coincidence. Perhaps it's the universe, or your subconscious mind, trying to tell you something profound about your spiritual path. In today's video, the hidden spiritual reason. You're constantly thinking about someone. Carl Jung explains, we'll explore how these recurring thoughts may reveal energetic bonds, unresolved emotions, or the mirror of your own soul seeking healing and growth. As you listen, think about the people who often cross your mind. What might their presence be reflecting within you? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's uncover these hidden truths together. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where every insight brings you closer to your true self. 1. Thoughts as energetic signals. Your thoughts are not random flickers of the mind. They are waves of energy vibrating through the field of consciousness, forming invisible connections that link you to people, places, and emotions across time and space. When you find yourself constantly thinking about someone, it's not mere coincidence, but an energetic frequency between two souls communicating beyond the limits of physical reality. In spirituality, every thought is a message, a signal carrying emotional information. Carl Jung, a master of analytical psychology, believed that repetitive thoughts are expressions of deeper psychological and spiritual truths surfacing from the unconscious. They are not meant to torment you, but to awaken you. The mind doesn't simply replay the past. It reflects what is unresolved within you, what still seeks harmony, healing, or closure. When someone occupies your thoughts again and again, your consciousness is not just remembering them, it's mirroring your inner world. Jung taught that the unconscious speaks through symbols and relationships. The person who lingers in your mind might not represent themselves, but a hidden aspect of your soul calling for recognition. They may embody an archetype, the lover you long for, the shadow you resist, or the wounded child you've forgotten. Through spirituality, this is understood as a sacred mirror, an energetic reflection revealing what your spirit yearns to integrate. Spiritual awakening often begins when you realize that your deepest emotional bonds are not accidents. They are teachers sent by the universe to lead you toward wholeness. Every thought is energy in motion, and when that energy is directed towards someone, it becomes a vibrational signal that transcends physical distance. If your frequencies match or share emotional resonance, this energetic bridge keeps both souls aligned in thought, as if their subconscious minds are whispering across invisible dimensions. This is not fantasy. It's how energy works in the higher reality of spirituality. Thoughts are alive, and emotions are magnetic. They shape your field, attract similar vibrations, and connect you to those who are meant to mirror a part of your evolution. Sometimes, it's a connection of unfinished lessons. Other times, it's a divine reminder that your soul is expanding through love, pain, and remembrance. When you stop fighting the thought and start listening to it, something extraordinary happens. Clarity replaces confusion, and your emotional energy shifts from attachment to understanding. Constantly thinking about someone then becomes less of an obsession and more of a divine signal guiding you home to yourself. It's the universe's way of saying that consciousness is communication, and your mind, heart, and spirit are. The key is to listen not to the noise of longing, but to the wisdom behind it. Every energetic pull is a lesson in alignment, reminding you that spirituality is not about chasing answers outside yourself. It's about recognizing that everything you feel is a reflection of what your soul already knows. Do you feel this truth resonating within you? If you do, let your energy speak. Comment below. My thoughts are energy, and I am aligned with the one meant for me. 2. Projection and the mirror of the psyche. The person you can't stop thinking about often represents a reflection of your own inner world, a part of your psyche reaching out for acknowledgement and integration. Carl Jung believed that what we see in others is not random. It is our unconscious mind projecting an unhealed or unrealized aspect of ourselves. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual growth, these projections are not punishments or coincidences. They are mirrors sent by life itself, urging you to see what you've hidden from your awareness. When someone occupies your thoughts endlessly, it's usually because they embody an emotion, a wound, or a forgotten truth within you that's asking to be brought to light. You may think it's about them, but it's actually your soul calling you inward, saying, "Look here. There's something you still need to understand about yourself." Sometimes the person you think about constantly awakens parts of your heart. You've silenced your vulnerability, your desire, your creativity, or your pain. Other times, they mirror your shadow, showing you where you still carry fear, attachment, or illusion. As Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This constant mental return to someone is your psyche's way of trying to integrate what has been denied. It's not always about love or longing. It can be about reclaiming lost power or facing the emotional truths you once buried. Perhaps they represent freedom you crave. Lens of spirituality. Everyone who lingers in your thoughts is a teacher dressed as a mirror. They reveal not what you lack, but what you've yet to recognize within yourself. When you can see this clearly, obsession turns into observation, and longing turns into learning. You begin to understand that no one outside of you holds the key to your peace. That power has always been yours. Every connection, every recurring thought is a step toward greater wholeness, helping you remember that the purpose of all relationships is not possession, but awakening. So when you can't stop thinking about someone, take a deep breath and turn inward. Ask your heart, what am I really feeling? What is this person showing me about myself? You'll find that behind every thought lies an emotion, and behind every emotion lies wisdom. The more you acknowledge these inner truths, the more you free yourself from emotional dependency. This is what spiritual growth looks like, not escaping your feelings, but transforming them into understanding. The mind works through symbols, and the person you keep returning to is one of those symbols, representing a piece of your inner universe waiting to come home. Once you embrace that, you no longer chase after closure from others. You find closure within. Because every thought, every face, and every connection you can't forget is ultimately a reflection of your own divine self, inviting you to awaken, integrate, and become whole again. If this insight resonates with you, take a moment to reflect on what your mind might be mirroring back to you. Comment below. I am ready to see my reflection clearly, to affirm your commitment to this journey of self-awareness and transformation. 3. Archetypal connection, animus and anima. In Jungian psychology, when you can't stop thinking about someone, Carl Jung would say it's not necessarily about that person, but about the reflection of your own unconscious. This fixation can symbolize what Jung called the archetypal connection between your inner masculine, animus, and inner feminine, anima. It means the person appearing in your mind mirrors the qualities within you that are asking for acknowledgement, balance, or healing. According to Jung's spiritual wisdom, these inner archetypes shape how you love, perceive, and relate to others. The animus embodies logic, will, and action, while the anima represents emotion, intuition, and receptivity. When one of these energies is suppressed, your unconscious seeks balance by projecting it outward, often onto someone who awakens it within you. So when a person keeps returning to your thoughts, it might not be an obsession, but a symbolic mirror of the aspects of yourself that are long to be seen. Every encounter becomes a reflection. If you are a woman who keeps thinking about a man, it may reveal your inner masculine's desire to express confidence, purpose, and clarity. If you are a man who can't stop thinking about a woman, she may represent your inner feminine's call to reconnect with empathy, intuition, and creativity. Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." That truth unfolds through these internal unions when the animus and anima stop fighting and start dancing in harmony. These people who enter your awareness are not coincidences. They are symbols sent by your psyche to awaken you. Instead of resisting those thoughts, observe them. What does this person awaken within you? Strength, vulnerability, longing, or courage? Perhaps they embody the qualities you secretly crave or the ones you've hidden to survive. As Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Fate, in this case, wears the face of the one you can't forget. But the purpose is not to cling to them. It's to retrieve the energy you projected onto them and bring it back to yourself. When you finally integrate these opposing energies, something magical happens. The constant mental noise quiets. The emotional storm settles. The person's image fades, but the wisdom they carried remains. You begin to realize that they were never the destination, but the catalyst for your spiritual awakening. Through them, you remembered what was missing within. That is the hidden beauty of what Carl Jung called individuation, the process of becoming whole. Every connection, every thought, every longing is a message from your soul inviting you to reconcile the divine masculine and feminine within. And once you do, you stop seeking completion in others because you finally find it within yourself. 4. Synchronicity and symbolic reality. When you find yourself thinking about someone and, almost like a whisper from the universe, you hear their name, see their picture, or encounter a song that stirs memories of them, it's easy to call it coincidence, but in spirituality and spiritual awakening, nothing is ever random. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, called this phenomenon synchronicity, a meaningful coincidence that reveals a hidden harmony between your inner psyche and the outer world. It's as though your thoughts are not confined to your mind, but are part of an invisible network connecting you to the flow of universal consciousness. Every sign, every name, every song carries symbolic meaning, urging you to look beyond surface reality and into the deeper language of the soul. These moments are not meant to confuse you. They are invitations to awaken to the profound truth that life is communicating with you through patterns and resonance. In a state of spiritual awakening, the outer world becomes a reflection of your inner emotional landscape. The constant appearance of reminders about a person, whether through dreams, random encounters, or sudden intuitions, is often your subconscious trying to bring something important to light. Jung believed that the unconscious mind speaks through symbols because ordinary words cannot hold the depth of what the soul wants to express. When you think about someone repeatedly and the universe echoes their presence back to you, it's not necessarily about them. It's about what they symbolize within you. Maybe they represent unresolved feelings, unhealed wounds, or aspects of yourself you have yet to fully accept. The universe uses synchronicity as a mirror, revealing the parts of your psyche that are ready for healing, transformation, or release. Each coincidence is like a sacred whisper, reminding you that everything in existence is energetically connected. The universe communicates gently through these synchronicities, using them as a bridge between your conscious awareness and your deeper truth. When such signs appear, the question isn't why them, but what is this showing me about myself? Sometimes, the person you can't stop thinking about carries an energetic message. Perhaps you share a spiritual contract, a karmic lesson, or a mirror of love and fear that your soul needs to integrate. In this way, spiritual awakening teaches you that every external event carries an inner reflection. As Jung wisely said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The repetition of thoughts and signs is the universe's way of helping you make the unconscious conscious, guiding you toward wholeness and awareness. You are not being haunted by coincidence. You are being guided by divine intelligence. The connection you feel to someone is not always physical or emotional. It can be energetic, soul-based, or symbolic, existing to trigger your evolution. The moment you recognize that synchronicity is communication rather than coincidence, you begin to live from a higher state of awareness. Every name you hear, every lyric that touches you, every seemingly random encounter becomes a thread in the tapestry of meaning woven by the cosmos itself. Through spirituality, you start to see that you are not a passive observer of life, but a conscious participant in an ongoing dialogue between your soul and the universe. And as your awareness deepens, you come to understand that nothing, no thought, no sign, no connection is ever wasted. Everything you notice is part of your journey toward spiritual awakening, gently guiding you back to the truth that everything and everyone is connected through the infinite field of consciousness. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our next awakening insight. Stay aligned with the flow of synchronicity and divine timing. Comment below. I trust the universe to guide me through every sign and symbol. 5. Emotional clues and inner messages. Every emotion you feel towards someone, whether it's longing, admiration, fear, or anger, isn't just a fleeting sensation. It's a coded message from the depths of your unconscious mind, a whisper from your inner world calling for your awareness. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual growth, these emotions act as sacred messengers that reveal where your soul is trying to evolve. When you feel a deep pull towards someone, it's rarely about them. Instead, it's a reflection of the parts of yourself that long to be acknowledged and integrated. Carl Jung beautifully said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This truth reminds you that your emotions are mirrors symbols that illuminate hidden corners of your psyche and guide you toward wholeness. When you feel admiration, it may be your higher self showing you qualities you possess but have yet to embody. When you feel longing, it may point to an unmet need within your emotional or spiritual life. Fear can reveal resistance to growth, while anger might signal boundaries that have been ignored or crossed. Instead of judging these feelings, you can learn to decode them with compassion. They are not signs of weakness, but invitations for transformation. Each emotion carries a spiritual lesson about your energy, your needs, and your evolution. Observing them without labeling right or wrong allows you to see their divine purpose, helping you reclaim pieces of your soul that have been lost through neglect, pain, or denial. In Jungian psychology, this process is part of individuation, the sacred path toward becoming your true, integrated self. Through this lens, constantly thinking about someone is not a coincidence. It's a reflection of an energetic connection designed to awaken your awareness. The person who occupies your thoughts may represent a forgotten aspect of your own consciousness. They mirror the emotional energy that needs to be acknowledged, healed, or reclaimed. When you shift your attention from the external person to the internal meaning, you move from projection to self-realization. The emotions that once confused you now become your greatest teachers, guiding you toward spiritual clarity and freedom. As you learn to witness your emotions without judgment, you begin to hear their symbolic language. Your heart becomes the interpreter of your unconscious mind. That person who lingers in your thoughts might not be there to fulfill a romantic or social purpose. They could be a divine catalyst, awakening something within you that has been dormant. Perhaps they appear to help you understand the patterns of attachment, forgiveness, or self-love that you must master. Spiritual growth begins when you no longer chase the external source of emotion, but turn inward to uncover its meaning. Each feeling you experience holds a vibration, and when you face it consciously, you transmute that energy into wisdom. The act of listening to your emotions becomes a form of prayer, a conversation between your conscious mind and your higher self. The more you listen, the more fluent you become in your inner language. And as this understanding deepens, your emotional landscape transforms from chaos into clarity, from confusion into peace. In that stillness, you realize that your emotions were never obstacles. They were stepping stones guiding you home to your truest self. Through this awareness, your spirituality deepens and your soul expands, allowing you to live with greater balance, authenticity, and grace. Comment below, "I listen to my emotions with wisdom," and let it remind you that every feeling carries a sacred message from your inner self. When you honor your emotions instead of resisting them, you unlock the hidden guidance of your soul. Stay present, stay aware, and let your emotional truth lead you toward awakening. 6. Shadow work and integration. When someone triggers discomfort, confusion, or an almost magnetic pull in you, they're not just passing through your mind by accident. They are mirroring something hidden within you. In the language of Carl Jung and his profound spiritual wisdom, this is your shadow speaking. The shadow represents the rejected, forgotten, or suppressed parts of your psyche, the qualities you've denied yourself because they didn't fit your idea of who you thought you should be. When a person evokes an intense emotional response, it isn't simply about them. It's your soul's attempt to bring these buried aspects back into your awareness so you can finally heal and become whole. Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." And that single truth contains the key to self-liberation. When you feel jealousy, anger, or obsession towards someone, your unconscious is whispering that this emotion holds a clue. Maybe the confidence you admire in them is the same confidence you've been too afraid to own. Maybe their arrogance touches the wound of your own unacknowledged pride. The universe, through its mysterious design, uses relationships as mirrors, each encounter reflecting parts of you that seek reconciliation. In spiritual awakening, no meeting is random. Every emotional trigger is an opportunity for integration. The people who challenge you the most are often your greatest teachers, showing you the exact fragments of your soul that are still waiting for your love. Shadow work is the art of turning inward when you most want to look outward. Instead of blaming, avoiding, or romanticizing the person who consumes your thoughts, you pause and ask, what part of me are they revealing? This act of self-inquiry transforms emotional pain into spiritual wisdom. As you begin to see these patterns clearly, you reclaim your lost energy. The emotions that once ruled you lose their grip, and you begin to move with awareness instead of reaction. Jung called this sacred process individuation, the lifelong journey of becoming your true self by reconciling the conscious and unconscious. It's not about eliminating darkness, but about learning to walk beside it with compassion and understanding. Through the integration of the shadow, the mind's war against itself begins to dissolve. The qualities you once projected onto others, your anger, vulnerability, or passion, return home as sources of power. You realize that the person who once haunted your thoughts was never your enemy or your destiny, but your reflection, inviting you to awaken. The wound is the place where the light enters you, Rumi wrote, and within that light lies the freedom to love without fear and to see without illusion. When you embrace what you once denied, you discover that the shadow was never a curse. It was the doorway to your own divine wholeness. 7. Spiritual evolution and soul contracts. From a spiritual perspective, constantly thinking about someone is not simply an accident of the mind. It's often a reflection of a temporary soul contract designed for your spiritual evolution. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual awakening, certain souls enter your life not to stay forever, but to awaken something within you. These connections, though invisible, carry an energetic agreement between two souls to help each other grow, heal, and awaken to higher consciousness. When a particular person keeps reappearing in your thoughts, it isn't always about them. It's about what they represent within your inner world. They act as a mirror, reflecting your unhealed wounds, suppressed emotions, or forgotten strengths. Your soul uses them as a catalyst, a spiritual teacher disguised in human form, to help you recognize what still seeks balance and transformation inside you. Carl Jung's teachings illuminate this phenomenon with striking clarity. He believed that what we project onto others often represents what remains unacknowledged within ourselves. In this sense, The person who dominates your thoughts is not there to disturb your peace, but to reveal your own hidden energy patterns. The more you resist the lesson, the stronger the pull becomes, as if your consciousness keeps replaying the same emotional frequency until you finally understand the message. This is the essence of soul contracts, mutual awakening through recognition. The intensity you feel is the soul's way of saying, it's time to evolve. As your awareness deepens, you begin to understand that these connections are not punishments or coincidences. They are divine arrangements designed to realign you with your higher purpose. Through emotional turbulence, spiritual insight is born. The attachment, the longing, the endless cycle of thoughts, all of it pushes you toward surrender, forcing you to reclaim your own energy. Once the emotional lesson is integrated, the connection starts to lose its magnetic grip. You no longer feel the same mental pull because your soul has absorbed the wisdom it came to receive. At this stage, peace naturally replaces intensity. You look back and realize that the person who once consumed your thoughts was a messenger of light hidden within the shadow of desire. They entered your path to awaken the dormant parts of your soul, to show you where love needed to flow freely, without fear or expectation. When you release the energy tied to them, you step into spiritual freedom. The mind quiets because the contract is complete. Both souls have received what they came for. In truth, this process reveals that spiritual awakening is not about forgetting someone, but about remembering yourself through them. Each connection, no matter how fleeting, serves your evolution, guiding you closer to inner harmony and divine consciousness. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. 8. Awakening and individuation. When you find yourself constantly thinking about someone, it's not just about them. It's a reflection of your own spiritual awakening unfolding from within. Carl Jung taught that such persistent thoughts are never coincidences but messages from the unconscious, guiding you toward deeper spiritual growth and inner harmony. These thoughts rise to the surface because a part of you is asking to be seen, understood, and healed. You may feel as if your mind is looping back to this person without reason, but what's truly happening is that your soul is trying to lead you toward integration. The energy behind these thoughts is symbolic. It reveals something hidden within your psyche that's ready to awaken. Each person who enters your awareness acts as a mirror of your inner world. They might stir emotions you've long buried or awaken dreams you once silenced. Jung described this journey as individuation, the sacred process of becoming whole by uniting your conscious and unconscious selves. The person who occupies your thoughts is not there by accident. They are a messenger from your deeper self. Their image represents the parts of you that you've projected outward, your fears, desires, strengths, or unhealed wounds. As you evolve, life uses these mirrors to help you see what you're ready to face. Every thought becomes a clue. Every emotional reaction, a guide leading you toward greater self-awareness. When the same person repeatedly appears in your mind, it's your spirit inviting you to examine the energy beneath that connection. Maybe it's teaching you about attachment, boundaries, or unconditional love. Maybe it's helping you release old identities that no longer fit the person you're becoming. Until you make the unconscious conscious, It will direct your life, and you will call it fate, Jung said. And these recurring thoughts are the unconscious knocking on your door. Instead of fighting them, listen. Ask what they're trying to reveal about your inner landscape. Sometimes the person symbolizes closure. Other times, they awaken compassion or forgiveness. But always, they lead you closer to self-realization. In this sense, constant thoughts about someone are not signs of obsession. They are signs of transformation. You are being guided to transcend emotional dependency and reclaim your inner power. When you shift your focus from, "Why can't I stop thinking about them?" to, "What is this teaching me about myself?" you step into the realm of spiritual maturity. You begin to see that your deepest relationships are not built in the physical realm, but in the energetic and symbolic space of the soul. Through awareness, you break free from illusion and enter a state of peace that no one else can give or take away. This is the essence of spirituality, to recognize that every experience, every connection, every thought exists to bring you closer to wholeness. The more you honor the lessons behind these inner reflections, the more your energy aligns with love, acceptance, and truth. Over time, the obsessive pull softens into clarity. The longing transforms into gratitude, and what once felt like confusion becomes a bridge to awakening. What seemed to be about another person was, all along, your own soul calling you home to yourself. And so, if you've ever found yourself thinking about someone again and again, perhaps it's not just coincidence, but a message from the deeper layers of your soul. As Carl Jung reminds us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Every thought, every pull may be your inner world inviting you to awaken, to heal, and to understand the unseen connection that mirrors your own spiritual evolution. If this message resonates with you, remember to like this video, share it with someone who might need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming explorations into the mysteries of the soul and the hidden language of the psyche. From scapegoat to seer, how the broken child becomes the empath. Out of suffering have emerged the strongest souls. The most massive characters are seared with scars. Khalil Gibran's words remind us that our pain is not punishment, it is preparation. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. In this video, From Scapegoat to Seer, How the Broken Child Becomes the Empath, Carl Jung, we will explore how the wounds of the sensitive child become the gateways to profound empathy and vision. The journey from being the family scapegoat to becoming the spiritual seer is one of transformation, forgiveness, and awakening. As you listen, ask yourself, have your past wounds become your greatest teachers? Share your reflections in the comments. Your story might be the light someone else needs to heal. 1. Synchronicity and divine timing. You didn't find this message by accident. Carl Jung called it synchronicity, the mysterious alignment of inner and outer worlds, where coincidence reveals divine design. In spirituality, this is the moment when your soul and the universe meet halfway, signaling that you are ready for a new level of awakening. Every experience, every thought, every person crossing your path right now is not random. It's a mirror reflecting your readiness to transform. When Jung spoke about the psyche reaching the threshold of readiness, he meant that your unconscious has decided it's time for you to see what was once hidden in the dark corners of your being. Synchronicity isn't about luck, it's about meaning. When you start noticing signs that seem perfectly timed, a song lyric echoing your deepest emotion, a stranger's words answering an unspoken question, or a sudden opportunity appearing just when you need it, you are witnessing your consciousness and the universe dancing in harmony. This is the sacred dialogue between the seen and unseen realms. Spiritual awakening begins when you stop dismissing these patterns as coincidence and start recognizing them as guidance. The more you align with your inner truth, the more life aligns around you, unfolding with precision and grace. In Jungian psychology, synchronicity serves as a bridge between the conscious and the unconscious, reminding you that you are part of something vast and intelligent. Divine timing orchestrates this process perfectly. It doesn't rush. It waits for your spirit to be ready to hold the lessons you once resisted. It teaches you to trust the unseen rhythm that governs your growth. You learn to release control, to stop chasing what isn't meant for you, and to let life reveal its hidden order. When your ego loosens its grip, the universe steps in to move what you cannot. Divine timing is not about waiting, it's about aligning. It's the silent current that carries you to the exact experiences you need for your evolution. Every delay, every disappointment, every door that didn't open was not rejection, but redirection. The more you awaken spiritually, the clearer this becomes. You realize the universe was never punishing you. It was preparing you. Spirituality teaches that surrender is not weakness. It's the highest form of trust. When you stop asking why and start listening to what this is teaching me, you align with the wisdom of divine order. When patterns repeat in your life, they do so because the lesson remains unlearned. Synchronicity is the universe's way of magnifying that message until you finally pay attention. Your reality becomes a mirror of your inner world. The more aware you become, the more transparent the mirror grows. This is how the wounded child transforms into an empath, the one who no longer runs from pain, but understands it as the key to awareness. Through this awakening, you realize that life has never been random. Every moment, even the broken ones, were designed to awaken you into remembering who you truly are. Do you believe that everything happens for a reason, and that divine timing is never wrong? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I trust the synchronicity of my life. 2. Critical mass of suffering. Your pain is not punishment. It is precision medicine crafted by your unconscious mind to awaken you to a deeper level of truth. When suffering reaches its critical mass, it no longer stays hidden in the background of your life. It breaks through your ego's walls, dissolving the defenses that once kept you from seeing yourself clearly. Carl Jung called this the transformational threshold, the sacred moment when pain becomes unbearable enough to crack open the shell of illusion and expose the truth beneath. At that moment, something within you shifts. The question changes from, "Why is this happening to me?" to, "What is this trying to teach me?" It's no longer just pain. It becomes the gateway to consciousness, the beginning of spiritual growth, and the invitation to step into a new level of self-awareness. The unconscious does not punish, it educates. Every heartbreak, betrayal, or loss carries symbolic meaning. These are not coincidences, but carefully orchestrated experiences designed to awaken the sleeping parts of your soul. Suffering is the soul's language. It speaks through tension, confusion, and discomfort until you finally listen. When the outer world falls apart, it's often because the inner world is demanding rebirth. Your pain is intelligent. It dismantles everything that is false so that something true can finally emerge. Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." This is the essence of spirituality, not avoiding suffering, but transmuting it into wisdom, compassion, and self-realization. Think of the caterpillar dissolving inside its cocoon. To the outside eye, it looks like death. But within that darkness, every cell is reorganizing to give birth to the butterfly. In the same way, when life confines you, isolates you, and forces you into your own shadows, it is not ending you. It is remaking you. The chaos you fear is the alchemy of your soul. Pain is not the opposite of growth. It is the process of growth. The deeper you sink into your suffering with awareness, the more you begin to see its sacred geometry, the perfect order behind the apparent disorder. What feels like collapse is really calibration, an inner realignment with your higher self. If you are in that place, now exhausted, broken, uncertain, understand that you are standing at the threshold of awakening. Life is not tearing you apart. It's clearing away everything that can no longer sustain your light. The ego resists because it confuses safety with familiarity, but the soul knows that liberation requires the death of old identities. The pain you feel is your spiritual rebirth in motion. It strips away everything false until only truth remains. It is not cruelty, it is mercy. Your suffering is the sacred fire that purifies your perception, melting away illusions of control and separation. When your suffering reaches critical mass, something miraculous happens. Surrender. Not the surrender of defeat, but the surrender of resistance. You stop fighting the lesson and begin to flow with it. In that surrender, you meet yourself raw, unmasked, and real. This is where spirituality ceases to be an abstract idea and becomes a lived experience. You learn that the wound was never meant to destroy you, but to open you. Pain is the hand of the divine reshaping your life from the inside out. It is both the destroyer and the deliverer, the dark teacher leading you home to your essence. And when that inner transformation completes its course, you rise not as the same person who suffered, but as the one who finally understood why the suffering was necessary all along. If this message speaks to your soul, comment below. I am transmuting my pain into power. Let this be your declaration that your suffering has reached its sacred turning point. 3. The sacred void. You are in what Carl Jung would call the sacred void, the mysterious space between the death of who you once were and the birth of who you are becoming. It feels empty, confusing, and endless, as if everything that once gave you meaning has vanished. Yet this emptiness is not your enemy. It's your initiation. This void is sacred because it dissolves illusions, breaks false identities, and strips you of everything that cannot survive the light of your awakening. You are not being punished. You are being prepared. The universe has paused your momentum, not to abandon you, but to allow the deeper parts of your soul to emerge. As Carl Jung once said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. And that is exactly what this stage is. Your consciousness expanding through the painful shedding of everything unreal. Inside the void, all the roles you once played begin to disintegrate. The mask you wore to be accepted no longer fits. The stories you told yourself to feel safe begin to crumble. The people who once defined you may fade away, leaving you face to face with your own essence. It's terrifying because your ego believes it's dying, but your spirit knows it's being reborn. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that every death is just a doorway into a new life. What you are losing is not truth. It is attachment. What feels like chaos is actually divine order, rearranging itself for your higher good. This is the sacred pause before the next chapter, where your soul whispers, "Be still, and let me rewrite you." In this space, you are meant to feel uncertain. You are meant to question everything, your beliefs, your direction, your identity, because questioning is how the false dissolves. The mind will beg for clarity, but clarity cannot be forced. It must arise naturally once the old has fully burned away. You are the phoenix waiting in its own ashes, and to rush this process would be to deny the very transformation you prayed for. The void teaches patience, humility, and surrender. It is not a space to escape, but to inhabit with awareness. Sit with your confusion and let it soften into wisdom. Feel your loneliness, and you will find divine companionship within it. Every tear, every silence, every sleepless night in this darkness is purifying you for a deeper awakening. The sacred void is the moment between inhaling and exhaling, the stillness between endings and beginnings. It's the universe recalibrating your vibration so that your new reality can match your highest frequency. This is where your old self dies quietly and your true self begins to breathe. It cannot be rushed because it is governed by divine timing, not human desire. You are learning to stop clinging to control, to stop fighting the unknown, and to trust that something greater is already unfolding within you. As Rumi once said, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." Your emptiness is not lacking. It's a fertile space waiting to be filled with new light, new purpose, new truth. What you feel as nothingness is actually the soil of transformation, and in time, you'll see that the sacred void was not your fall. It was your rising. 4. Your wound is your medicine. Your wound is not a flaw to fix, but a sacred doorway through which your soul learns to see itself. The pain that breaks you is not random. It is your initiation into consciousness. As Carl Jung said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. The suffering you feel right now is tailor-made for your awakening, crafted by life itself to bring to the surface everything you have avoided, denied, or buried. Each wound, whether emotional, spiritual, or psychological, is designed with divine precision to expose the walls you built to survive. But when those walls begin to crack, what you once called suffering is simply the light trying to enter. The wound becomes your medicine, not because it feels good, but because it reveals what is real. It dismantles illusions, forcing you to see the truth that the self you thought was whole was only a mask. Carl Jung believed that every neurosis carries within it the seed of transformation. What you resist most, your fear, shame, grief, is not a mistake, but a message. It is the psyche's way of saying, "Wake up." When you stop running from your pain and begin to meet it with awareness, you start the sacred process of individuation, the integration of all that you are, both light and shadow. The wound shows you where you are still divided, where love has not yet reached, where forgiveness still trembles in silence. The same trauma that once silenced you becomes the teacher that helps you speak your truth. The betrayal that made you doubt humanity becomes the lesson that teaches you discernment and boundaries. The loneliness that once hollowed you out becomes the temple where your soul learns to listen. This is not punishment. This is precision. In spirituality, pain is the language of transformation. It dismantles the false identity that the world gave you so that you can remember who you were before conditioning began. The broken child within you, the scapegoat who carried the unspoken burdens of the family, was not cursed. He was chosen to feel deeply enough to awaken. What you once called weakness is your gift of empathy, your ability to sense the invisible, to understand others beyond words. Through the crucible of suffering, the scapegoat becomes the seer, the one who perceives truth beyond illusion. Each wound refines perception. Each heartbreak sharpens vision, until you no longer see through the eyes of pain, but through the eyes of wisdom. Jung reminded us, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Your wound is that darkness asking to be made conscious. To face it is to meet your own shadow, to reclaim the lost fragments of your soul, to finally become whole. Spiritual awakening is not the escape from suffering, but the deep acceptance of it as your greatest teacher. The moment you realize this, your pain no longer defines you. It liberates you. Your suffering becomes your alchemy. Your tears become the water of rebirth. And the wound you once hid becomes the mark of your initiation into a deeper humanity and a higher consciousness. In truth, your wound has always been your medicine. It was never meant to destroy you, only to awaken you. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your reflections in the comments below. Let's continue uncovering the truth behind secret number 4. How your wound becomes your greatest medicine. 5. From madness to sanity. You're not losing your mind. You're reclaiming it, piece by piece, as your soul begins to awaken from the trance of conformity. What feels like chaos is not madness, but the first whisper of truth returning to you. When the world around you runs on autopilot, asleep within the illusion of normality, your inner disruption becomes a sacred sign that you are beginning to see. You start to notice how society rewards numbness, how it praises masks over authenticity, and suddenly, the life that once felt stable begins to tremble. This trembling is not your downfall. It is your awakening. You are feeling the friction between who you were told to be and who you truly are. What you once called madness is, in truth, the breaking of false walls that confined your spirit. To see through illusions is painful because every illusion you outgrow takes a piece of your old identity with it. You begin to reject the shallow comforts of conformity, and in doing so, you discover that what the world calls sanity is often the real sickness. In a society addicted to distraction, feeling deeply is an act of rebellion. Spirituality teaches that awakening is not a soft ascent into light, but a burning away of everything untrue. You are not breaking down. You are being refined. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." And those words echo in the heart of every empath who has ever mistaken sensitivity for weakness. To feel everything so intensely is not a flaw. It is evidence of your transformation. The empath perceives not only the words people say, but the silence between them, not only the smiles they wear, but the energy that trembles beneath. This gift born from suffering, becomes the light that guides you through the darkness. When your emotions rise like storms, do not fear them. They are cleansing rivers, washing away the dust of illusion. The spiritual path often feels like losing yourself because, for the first time, you are meeting who you truly are. Every tear, every sleepless night, every moment of doubt is part of the sacred unfolding that leads from fragmentation to wholeness. As you move through this process, the world may label you as unstable or lost, but it is only because you are no longer following the collective script. You are writing your own story, one rooted in awareness rather than approval. The old patterns crumble, relationships shift, and the familiar begins to fade. But in that emptiness, a deeper truth emerges. The privilege of a lifetime, Jung reminded us, is to become who you truly are. Sanity, then, is not found in the absence of pain, but in your capacity to hold that pain with wisdom. What you are experiencing is the soul's natural rebellion against falsehood. You are being called to see beyond appearances, to trust the deeper intelligence moving within your suffering. Every wave of emotion is a teacher. Every moment of confusion is a doorway. You are not fragile. You are being purified by truth. From madness to sanity, this is not a collapse. It is a resurrection. The mind may tremble, but the spirit stands taller each day, remembering that true sanity is not found in conformity, but in consciousness. This is the essence of spirituality and the sacred movement of spiritual growth. To awaken, to feel, to see, and to become real again. 6. Dark night before dawn. The darkness you feel right now is not an ending. It is the disguised dawn of your transformation. Everything that once gave you comfort must crumble so that something far greater can be born from within you. Carl Jung, the father of deep psychology and spiritual wisdom, called this the midnight before dawn, the moment when confusion reaches its peak. Pain begins to purify the soul, and rebirth is no longer a distant promise, but an unfolding reality. You are not being punished by life. You are being prepared by it. The chaos surrounding you is not random. It is the dismantling of the false self, the death of old patterns that no longer serve your awakening. The suffering that once felt meaningless is the sacred fire burning away illusion, making room for the truth of who you really are to emerge. There is a point in every journey where the soul is forced to face its own shadow. Jung taught that there is no coming to consciousness without pain, because light only becomes visible against the backdrop of darkness. The empath, the seer, the awakened one is not born in peace, but in pressure. You are being stretched between who you were and who you are becoming, between the comfort of ignorance and the clarity of awareness. This inner tension is divine. It is the signal that something holy is happening within you. Like a seed buried in the soil, you must crack open before you can rise. And though it may feel like your entire world is collapsing, it is only the outer shell of limitation that is breaking apart to reveal the luminous core of your being. Imagine the caterpillar dissolving within its cocoon. It has no idea it's becoming a butterfly. It only knows that its body is dissolving into chaos. The same metamorphosis is happening inside of you. Your old identity, shaped by pain and fear, is dissolving so that your spirit can remember its wings. The dark night is not here to destroy you. It is here to refine you. You are being taught that real spirituality is not about escaping suffering, but transforming it into wisdom. Jung believed that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. To face your inner night without running is the act of ultimate courage. To accept your shadow instead of fighting it is the beginning of freedom. So when everything feels uncertain, when the people and structures that once defined you begin to fall away, trust that you are in the sacred process of becoming. The more you surrender, the more clearly you will see that life was never taking something from you. It was returning you to yourself. Every tear you shed is polishing the mirror of your perception. Every loss is shaping the vision of the empath, the one who sees beyond pain, beyond appearances, beyond fear. This is the alchemy of the soul, the transformation of wounds into wisdom, suffering into sensitivity, despair into divine clarity. The night you are walking through is the birthplace of your light, and when the dawn finally arrives, you will realize it was never outside of you. It was growing quietly within you all along. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights like this. Comment, "Rise again," below if you've walked through your own dark night and found the light within. 7. The 5 revelations as a whole. The 5 revelations, critical suffering, the sacred void, the specific medicine, the return to sanity, and the disguised dawn form the spiritual architecture of awakening, the hidden map that turns the wounded child into the awakened empath. Each revelation is not just a step, but a necessary descent into the inner labyrinth of the soul, where pain transforms into wisdom and darkness becomes light. Your psyche, through divine timing, has chosen this exact moment to reveal them, not to comfort you, but to confront you with truth. The first revelation, critical suffering, is where the illusion shatters. It is the moment life no longer allows you to pretend. Everything false begins to collapse: identities, roles, beliefs, and you find yourself standing naked before your own shadow. This is not punishment. It is initiation. The child within, once ignored, now demands to be heard. What feels like chaos is actually sacred order. What seems like loss is the pruning of all that blocks your light. Carl Jung said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain," and this is where that truth becomes real. You are being stripped not to destroy you, but to awaken you. Then arrives the sacred void, the space where everything that once defined you disappears. It feels like nothingness, yet it is everything. It is the divine pause, the silence between death and rebirth. Many fear this phase because it feels like abandonment, but it is actually divine protection. In this stillness, the noise of the ego fades, and your soul begins to whisper. This is where spirituality deepens, where awakening takes root. You begin to sense that the void is not empty. It is full of unseen presence. What once felt like isolation becomes intimacy with the universe itself, a sacred recalibration of your entire being. Out of that stillness emerges the specific medicine, the third revelation that teaches every wound hides a cure. The very pain that once broke you open becomes the wisdom that heals you and others. This is the alchemy of consciousness, where suffering becomes service. You realize that empathy is not a weakness, but a superpower born from your ability to feel deeply and see clearly. The pain was never meant to crush you. It was meant to carve you into a vessel of compassion. The medicine you carry is unique to your scars, and it awakens when you stop running from them. In this recognition, you begin to walk not as a victim of your past, but as a teacher of your own healing. From here, you enter the return to sanity, not as the man you once were, but as someone transformed. Sanity no longer means conforming to the world's madness, but living in alignment with your truth. You stop over-explaining, stop seeking validation, stop reacting to chaos. There's a calm that no storm can touch, a quiet strength born from integration. Jung called this individuation the uniting of the conscious and unconscious self. You become whole, both human and divine, aware of your darkness, but no longer controlled by it. This is spiritual maturity, the awakening of true authority within. And finally comes the disguised dawn, subtle yet profound. After the long night of the soul, light returns, not with noise, but with peace. It's not about being reborn. It's about remembering you were never dead. The dawn hides in plain sight, revealing that the soul was guiding you all along, even in the dark. You no longer chase enlightenment. You live it. The awakening is complete when you realize there is no separation between light and shadow, heaven and earth, you and God. These 5 revelations are not linear. They spiral, each one leading you deeper into truth. And as you live them, you discover that every fall was a sacred descent into the heart of divinity. Every tear, a baptism into consciousness, and every ending, the disguised beginning of your spiritual awakening. 8. Synchronicity as confirmation. When synchronicity begins to unfold in your life, it's not a random coincidence. It's a sacred conversation between your soul and the universe, revealing that your path of spiritual growth has already begun. Carl Jung believed that synchronicity is the psyche's way of confirming that transformation is imminent, especially during moments when life feels uncertain or heavy. When you start noticing patterns, numbers repeating, words you need to hear, or signs that seem to echo your inner emotions, these are not accidents. They are reflections of your unconscious mind aligning with the external world. In spirituality, synchronicity is not just a sign. It's proof that your inner work is manifesting into the outer reality. It whispers, you are in harmony with something larger than yourself. You may feel like you're losing control, but in truth, you're gaining clarity. The old layers of your identity are dissolving so that your authentic self can emerge. Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. These meaningful coincidences are your invitation to awaken from old patterns and to begin living with greater awareness and purpose. As you move through moments of confusion, remember that transformation often disguises itself as chaos. The darkness you walk through is not punishment. It's preparation. Just as dawn forms while the night still lingers, your new self is already taking shape, even when you can't see it clearly. Every challenge you face now is guiding you toward a higher level of consciousness. Synchronicity is the universe's gentle nod, telling you to trust the process, to stay open, and to allow your inner wisdom to guide you. You are not breaking down. You are breaking through. The pain you feel is the cracking of your old shell, making room for the expansion of your spirit. This is spirituality in motion, the quiet but powerful unfolding of your true essence. So when you see the signs, those small yet undeniable alignments, pause and acknowledge them as messages of affirmation. They are confirmations that you are exactly where you need to be, that your soul is orchestrating something beyond logic. Trust that your awakening is not an accident. Every step, every delay, every unexpected turn is divinely timed. Stay with the process. Keep your heart steady in faith. The universe has already confirmed your readiness for transformation. What looks like an ending is merely a sacred beginning. The dawn of your deeper awareness, your spiritual rebirth, and the moment your light begins to rise. Every empath's journey begins with pain, but it does not end there. What once broke you was never meant to destroy you. It was preparing you to see beyond illusion and to love with greater depth. The scapegoat becomes the seer, not by escaping the darkness, but by walking through it with open eyes and an open heart. So as you move through your own life, remember, every wound you heal within yourself becomes a light for someone still lost in theirs. Let your past shape compassion, not bitterness. Let your pain refine your wisdom, not harden your heart. If this message spoke to you, share your thoughts in the comments below. How has your pain become your teacher? And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join our spiritual wisdom community, where we turn wounds into wisdom and silence into light.